Alright, hello, welcome friends. We are live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland, and we are celebrating 8 years of the Slant Alpha Adventures livestream. Welcome friends. We're celebrating the Slant Alpha Adventures livestream by flying a jet that's not Slant Alpha. It's so funny, it's so rare. I mean, after 8 years that we fly truly Slant Alpha anymore. We've got 5 planes that we fly regularly. We've got the A2A simulations Piper Comanche. That's the one that we do fly Slant Alpha. We've got the PMDG DC-6. We typically do fly that with the Garmin 430 in that. We've got this, which we fly with the Garmin 530 in it. We've got the Just Flight BAE 146, which we do fly with the UNS-1, and then of course the PMDG 737-800, which we fly with the whole suite of modern avionics that it has. So Slant Alpha Adventures kind of has become a little bit of a what we call an obsolete name. You know, something like AT&T used to be Atlantic Telegraph and Telephone, and 7-Eleven used to mean that they were open from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. 3M used to mean, what, mining? Something mining manufacturing. General Electric used to only do electric things. Yeah, so yeah, the name's evolved. The name didn't evolve, but the channel has for sure. But we still call it Slant Alpha Adventures. And yeah, that dude's, that Rampy's like a ghost. Both of them keep walking right through the airplane. That's annoying. But anyway, yeah, so we are getting ready to do some flying here in the Lear 35. It honestly is what right now I think dollar for dollar is my favorite plane in the sim right now. It's the FlySimWare Lear 35 Alpha, and in FlightSim 2024. So we're gonna have a lot of fun. We're gonna do some Caribbean island hopping. We're gonna give away some cash. We got, of course, our Slant artwork adventure going on as well. We've got lots of friends in the stream already. We got Bed Dave, Kenny Monster, Sim, Caesar with some cheer bits. Thank you so kindly. Iowa Scotsman is here, and Skewy is here, and the rest of you kind of piling in and getting ready to ride along or lurk along or even fly along. We sure appreciate having you. So we will get underway shortly. Speaking of our Slant artwork adventure, so as I said, we are celebrating our 8-year anniversary of the live stream. We are going to be going to some Caribbean island cruise ports that my wife and I have had the pleasure to visit in the real world. So we're starting here in Aruba. We're going up to St. Martin. We're going to land at Princess Juliana, take off from there again. We're going to come all the way back here to the south and finish the night in Curacao. My wife and I did get to do a cruise excursion in Curacao, which was called the Curacao Bar Crawl. And we had a little shuttle bus that took us from our cruise ship to 3 different locations throughout Willemstad, which is the main city down there. And the first bar that we went to was kind of like an old school, like in the middle of town, kind of blue collar area, like inner city street bar, like you know, street basement level bar. The second one was more of a, you know, kind of a midtown, you know, upscale restaurant bar, and then the third one was a beach bar. Well, that first bar that we went to was so hip and cool and interesting. I loved it. So this is me. This is our Slant artwork adventure. Me standing outside of the Netta Bar in Willemstad, Curacao, getting ready to hand out some cash as we celebrate our 8th anniversary of the Slant Alpha Adventures live stream. So yeah, I don't know if I'd really go flashing this cash on that street, but I did honestly like it. It was an older neighborhood, but it was a nice neighborhood. I don't know if I'd feel totally unsafe standing around with this much cash, but certainly probably wouldn't risk it. But here I am getting ready to give away that cash for you guys. We've got our landing raffle. I'm sorry, not our landing raffle. We're going to do something a little different tonight. And if you've not participated in our anniversary giveaways or our giveaway nights before, basically what we do is we get your predictions as to the descent rate upon touchdown in terms of feet per minute when the wheels strike the runway surface for both of our landings tonight. But instead of the closest person getting a raffle entry, what we do is we score your prediction on an accuracy level of 0 to 500. We give you 500 points if it's dead on, exactly the right number of feet per minute, and for anything less than a complete dead on guess, we give you 500 minus the difference. So over the 2 landings, the top score, the highest possible score is 1,000 points. And then the top 3-point total achievers will get gift cards to either their choice of Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com, and the values for that is 100 for the top prize for the best overall predictor across the 2 landings, 50 for second, and 25 for third. So $175 worth of gift cards being given away tonight. But in order to qualify for those, you do have to be present during both approaches and landings. We don't allow advance registration of your guests. You do need to be present when we start getting established on the approach in order to register your guests. So the whole idea is to encourage you to stick around and watch. I mean, I think that's fair, right? But that's how it goes. I will say, now ordinarily, when we do those predictions, the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle, and then at the end of the month, we pick a winner out of that hat, and we award a $25 gift card to those 3, the choice of those 3, as well as the choice of Slant Alpha merchandise items. What I'll do is just to have some skin in the game for those who might be participating in one but not the other landing. Maybe they're not going to be able to be present for both. Just keep some skin in the game for you guys. Whoever is the closest predictor to either of the landings, who doesn't end up as one of the top 3 finalists for the prizes for tonight, I will still give you that entry into the July landing rate raffle, which will be pulled on July 29th. So there's still something in it for you, even if you're able to participate in one or the other. So please feel free to do that, even if you're not going to be here for both. You'll still be eligible for the landing rate raffle drawing entry if you end up not being one of the finalists. So that's as fair as I can make it. All right, sound good? Nam106 also stopping back in, says happy Streamiversary, Rob. And yeah, this really is. It is my current favorite in the sim. By the way the Slant Out artwork adventure works. Since we showed you our Slant artwork adventure, I never really explained that fully. If you're brand new to the stream, the way this works is I show you this image. We create an image by feeding a description into ChatGPT. I get the starting description, and then once you guys see it, you're then able to cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And once you do so, and once I see that you've done so and I call your name, you then let me know how you would like to add to or modify our Slant artwork adventure. So you give me a few words or maybe up to a simple sentence to let me know what you'd like to do to change the image, and we'll feed that updated description into ChatGPT, and hilarity then therefore ensues. And then of course by the end of the stream it's usually gone quite off the rails, but then it ends up being the thumbnail for the stream once we upload it to YouTube later on. So we try to keep it somewhat relevant to what's going on that evening stream. However, we also do allow for the possibility of it getting just a little bit goofy and silly, and that's part of the fun of the Slant artwork adventure. Okay, does not look like we have any VATSIM air traffic control coverage in the region as of now, but of course that could change at any time, and we'll be happy to fly along on our own or with the VATSIM ATC coverage if it should happen to pop in. So either way. All right, well, let's get started then. I believe I've got all my controls synced. I'm going to have to check once we get in that the levers are synced into their correct positions. Oh, by the way, this will be my only my second stream with the new rudder pedals. I did pick up a used pair of Honeycomb Charlie, so now I've got the whole Honeycomb suite, Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. And, of course, I guess they make a Delta now, don't they? They make it like a panel, like a ATC panel. So I guess I don't have the whole suite. I got the ABCs, though. But I'm still getting used to those Charlie rudder pedals for sure. Under controlling, because I was not remembering on the last stream, I was not remembering how far you have to push the pedals to get the same effect as my old little gamey, crappy ones that I used to have. So these travel a lot further to accomplish the same thing, and so I was understeering on the ground a lot and probably under controlling in the air as well. But so yeah, we'll get used to those as we go. But away we go. Let us go ahead and start grabbing up the covers. We're going to leave the wheel chocks in place for now, but we'll start grabbing up the covers, and we'll go ahead and pop the door open. We can pop in here And we'll go ahead and get the yokes out of the way just so I can see what's going on the controls. I think, yeah, we are synced in with the parking brake on and the cutoffs are on, so I think we're all good with the controls here. Actually, I'm going to just... Yeah, okay, so we are. Already connected. I guess the other thing I should make sure... I did this blind without the sim booted up, but it does indeed look like the rudder pedals and brakes are correctly assigned now. So, okay, good, good, good. All right, well, let's go ahead and get started with the fueling process. We're going to need quite a bit of a fuel load here tonight. We've got 2 somewhat longer trips to go. And what are we going to do? We want to go to the utilities page. Let's get ground power connected. Door's already open. And let's go back to the fuel page. And let's go to call the truck. We're going to need the wing tanks completely full, the tip tanks completely full, and the fuselage tank filled with like 212 pounds. So the fuel will flow only into the tips. Once the tips get over 600 pounds, the rest will start to spill into the wings. But the fuselage tank, we're actually going to have to start the plane up and get that pump running to start moving some fuel into that, because that's the only way to do it. So we need to kind of work on that. Alright, well let's work on getting some power up then. Standby battery, emergency battery in the first position. Make sure we got the emergency power. Make sure we got the altimeter gauge. Second position, make sure we got the gear indicators. Okay, we're good. We can get the full batteries on, and then the inverters on as well. Let's go ahead and get the nav lights on. The avionics master and the autopilot master can come on. The anti-skid's already on. Transponder can go to standby. DME is set to nav 1 and knots. DME 2 is set to nav 2 and knots. Yaw damper power can come on 1 and 2. And we can reset the master warning. And basically we're going to wait until both of those garments power up. While we're waiting on that, let's go ahead and start getting the fuselage tank filling. And it might take a minute, but let's just see if once that line pressurizes, we should start to see fuel moving into that fuselage tank. We might just give that a few seconds. Hopefully I've got that. I don't think you have to do any more than just turn that fill switch on. Cross flow is side to side. I don't think we need to turn on these standby pumps. I think this is literally just all we have to do. But yeah, okay, there it goes. Yeah, it just takes a moment to pressurize that line there. Okay, it's working. And again, we're only putting 200. I mean, if we end up with more than 200 in there, it's not a big deal. It's just however much more ends up in the fuselage tanks, we will leave empty space in the tip tanks to compensate. But 200 is what we're aiming for in terms of what's in the fuse, and then we'll just fill the rest. Alright, enter. We'll wait for those to acquire. Nothing else that we need to do right now. Let us go ahead and retrieve. We don't have an ATIS to retrieve here, but we can get a METAR information at TNCA. 080 at 19, so we're at 19 knots. Pretty good wind coming out of the east. East is the normal wind direction down here, from what I understand. Temp 28, QNH 1011. Just kind of peek back and see how we're doing there. Okay. Altimeter's 1011. Now I think if I press and hold. I thought there was a way to change that from inches of mercury to... No? Okay. Well, that's okay. 1011 is 2 notches below 1013. Right click, maybe? Right click and hold? No, and who knows? So 1011 is 2 notches below 1013, and it's basically a 3 to 1. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 2986. That's going to be very, very close. I mean, the other thing we can do, Google it. 1011 millibars in inches of mercury. 2985 and a change. So I said 2986. That was pretty good. $42. Okay, we're still going. All right, so altimeters are set 2986, 2985. Across the board. Field elevation here 62 feet. We're reading just a little bit below that, but that's fine. We're close enough. Let us go ahead. I've got my route programmed in. But let's go ahead and get it. I've got it into Navigraph, and I got it filed on VATSIM. But let's go ahead and get it programmed into our Garmin. We're going to be departing from what is it? TNCA. Enter. SCAP 1F to Scappa. Hang on. As soon as it gets to 212, we're going to cut this off here. Okay, I'm done with that. Yeah, overshot by 1. No big deal. Alright, we'll go to the procedures page. Let's select our departure. We said the SCAP 1, what now? 1 Fox. Whoops. SCAP 1 Fox off of runway 11. We'll load that. We'll clear that. Yep. After Scappa, it's L335 to Malaysia. I think that's a continuous line. Are there any intermediate points there? Nope. So all we got to do is put in Malaysia and Gouda, and then from Gouda we'll load the approach. Nice thing about Princess Juliana is there's almost always only one approach that you ever need there. It's the RNAV to runway 10. ML I DA oops. Clear, clear. And then Gouda. Goober. No, we're not a goober, we're cheesy. Enter. And then we'll put in the destination airport, but then from that we'll load, whoops, man, come on. From the destination airport we'll load in the approach, the RNAV to runway 10. Enter. Procedure. Select approach, enter. RNAV to runway 10, enter. And that is going to be from Gouda. Enter. And we'll load it. Alright, so let's double check. Barham. So if we look at the RNAV departures, Barham, and then we're going to turn out here to Wallop, and then Scapa. So yeah, that's all correct. And then from Scapa, we're Malaysia. Then Malaysia to Gouda, and then the approach. Okay, I would say that's all correct. Let's undo flight plan. Up the range of the map a little bit. Looking good. Over here, we'll go to the nav telemetry. And then how we do it on fuel. So a little ways to go on fuel, but we're getting there. Alright, the initial altitude on this. Do we have an initial level off altitude? We got the transition altitude of 2,500. Max 250 below 10. Wallop is flight level 110. And a lot of places they don't have, like in the US, we're used to this, oh, the initial climb, but then don't climb up to your cruise until you're told. I don't think they have that in a lot of places like down here. I think your initial clearance would just be to your filed cruise altitude. But just for the practice, we'll put in 11,000 as our initial level off altitude, and then we'll check and make sure we're cleared to climb higher. And that way we'll be able to do our own assessment. If there's no VATSIM air traffic control, we'll be able to do our own assessment as to whether we're going to cross anybody's path and have to coordinate with them. So we'll go and say 11,000 for the initial. Okay, there's 11. And we'll put in altitude select, and then we'll look at the departure procedure. It's a pilot nav procedure, so it looks like we're gonna literally just do a 115, and we're just gonna join the route. So we'll go ahead and put it into RNAV mode, or LNAV mode. But I am going to set the heading bug to 115 just to have that as a failsafe in case something happens and we need to return to the airport. We can put it into runway heading mode and then control our turns from there. But nav mode is where we'll start, and yeah, let's verify. Yeah, we are in GPS mode. Okay, temperature's 83. We're going to get that down as soon as we power the plane up. So got a little bit of fueling left to do. What else we got? Transponder. So I know in the US there's a server that assigns a squawk if you don't have ATC around, but it doesn't look like we have that here, so it's just going to be 2,000. And so yeah, that's what we've got dialed in. We'll just go ahead and stick with that, and we'll go ahead and pop it into altitude mode. Alright, parking brake is confirmed set. Seatbelt signs are going to come on. We're not going to load passengers just yet, because we do have to finish fueling. Okay, the wing tanks are now full. Fuselage tank has everything we need in it, and these are going to go to, what, 15 something? So we're very, very close to being done fueling. As soon as we're done fueling, we'll go ahead and get our passengers boarded. Just about done. I glanced up and something changed in the screen. Did that building just appear out of nowhere? That's odd. Alright, just about 1 minute left to go. So I know through trial and error that the plane loads fuel at about 115 gallons per minute on either side. So less than 60 seconds to go here. And anticipated wheels up time 10 minutes from now, 12 minutes from now. We can do it. We're going to be pretty close. What is that capacity? 1540. Oh, I thought it was 1540. Well, let's end the fuel service. Obviously, obviously it's more than 1540, but my chart is wrong. Okay, so we've got 14 extra pounds in each side. That's good. All right, well, let's get to it then, friends. Let's go back and let's get to the oh no, not the utilities page, just the regular aircraft page here. Go to flight performance, go to center of gravity. We're going to load the cargo first, because that goes under the back seat. Not that it doesn't matter on this screen, but just for your curiosity's sake, the luggage goes under the back seat, so you have to load the luggage first before you get the passengers on board. Again, on this screen, it doesn't really matter. You're kind of doing it all at once instantly, so that's what we're doing there. We have now done that. We can go back and back and back to the Lear 35 pages. All right, what else we got to do? At this point, we would go and exit the aircraft. We're going to make sure we gather up those wheel chocks. We peek inside. We should see all of our passengers now loaded. Okay, good to go. And we can go to the utilities page. We can close up the door. And we can disconnect our ground power. Alright, we'll go back. It is still 83 degrees, so we're going to cool the cabin off as quickly as possible. So we got the knob rotated all the way down to the left. Pressurization is going to be 43,000 feet for this first... I'm sorry, 41,000 feet for this first leg. Eastbound leg. Okay, so that's going to be right there. So the cabin altitude is going to be about 5,800 feet. Perceived cabin altitude based on the pressure inside the plane. The takeoff numbers, we'll go to the performance takeoff page. We're going to be in the long tank aircraft with flaps 8. We got the temperature in Celsius. We're going to sync all this automatically, and we'll calculate our takeoff numbers. 7.4 I'm not going to worry about, but we are going to set the rest of those bugs accordingly. So 95.4 is the fan speed. Again, we set this bug here, but it compares to these numbers, not these numbers. It's a bizarre layout choice, but that's what it is. 141, 146, 149. Yeah, we're kind of heavy today. So 146 is there. 141 is there. And 149 would be our V2, but 169... Or no, 179, really. Right? Because it's B2 plus 30, I think. Yeah, 179. So, so if we have any safety critical items prior to reaching V1 of 141, we'll abort our takeoff. If we exceed V1, we'll continue to accelerate to VR and rotate. If we have one functioning engine at that time, we'll do this plus 3. As a safety speed to maintain. If we have two functioning engines, we'll pitch to this speed, which is this speed plus 30 to get to 1,000 feet, and then we'll retract the flaps and proceed about our merry way or make a decision from there. So there we go. All the bugs are set. We can go ahead and get our beacon light on. We don't need to push back. We can start with the number 2, and we'll fire that up. We'll wait for 13% to come in. We'll bring fuel in. Okay, we got a good light off there. Watch. Make sure that it stabilizes. It's good. We can get this switch up to the upper position, and we'll get the number 1 fired up. Alright, Kenny says 73 and 103 is the one to beat. Yeah, your normal number minus 100. Okay, 13% in, fuel comes in. We see the ignition auto light. We see the generator still running. Okay, ignition's off. Put the generator into gen mode rather than start mode. And we see number 2 has, or number 1 rather, has settled into a good, solid, clean start. Alright, cabin air can now come on. We'll start to monitor the cabin temp as it will start to cool off. Let us do a control surface check. We would have somebody outside the plane checking to make sure that all of the control surfaces move freely and correctly as commanded. Ooh, those are nice. Yeah, we'll get that out of the way, and then we'll go ahead and set our flaps for takeoff. We'll go ahead and set our trim for takeoff, and again, I'm going to ignore the takeoff performance page. I'm just going to set it, because this plane likes to jump. So I'm going to set it just to the very minimal amount of trim that gets the warning light to go out. Right there. Okay, we are in nav mode. Good. Let's get nose wheel steering engaged. And we're ready to go. One thing I did not check. What is the Common Traffic Advisory frequency? VATSIM Caribbean is one that does... so apron is 121.6, towers 118.0. So I'm assuming it should be 118.0 that we're transmitting and receiving on right now. 22.8 be what we switch to. .0. Okay, so that'll be the Common Traffic Advisory frequency. Let's just... I don't know if this works in the Caribbean or not. TTAF, TNCA. 118.0. Okay, good. Alright, so 118.0, that's the local Common Traffic Advisory frequency, and then we'll coordinate on 122.8 again. You know, really don't have to do a whole lot of coordination if there's no one in your area. Oh, we got somebody flying along with us now. Just a JetBlue going to New York. No coordination to do en route if there's no one that you're going to conflict with, but we'll monitor this to make sure of that. Okay, I think we're ready. And we're on the south side, so we're going to cross to the north side and then go. Beatrix traffic, Learjet 514 Delta Victor's departing the south GA apron. We'll be crossing 11 at Foxtrot on the Charlie, Beatrix. That's weird. Why do my throttles go to halfway before they detect? What would be the cruise speed flying an A320neo? I mean, what? It depends on what cost index you put in. Your FMC will calculate that for you. You don't need to ask me. Alright, so something's changed with the throttles in this plane. I did update the plane just now. Put the parking brake back on. We're going to depart just a little bit late because I want to get these throttles sorted out. So let's go. Edit event. Come on. Come on, Spad, get over here. Uh-oh, what's going on? Am I still on? Okay, I thought it locked up. All right, let's edit event. Edit event. Throttle without reverser. Now I have the reverser set to a different actuator here. Yeah, see, it gets to halfway before it even registers. So there's been some sort of a change there. I mean, let's just delete that and add it. Throttle without reverser. Set. Idle thrust set. Oh, engine 1. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's only registered. Now it's not registering that at all. Okay. Well, let's go to the first one. Add the event. Axis value changed. We'll add an event. Let's do a custom axis. Invert the axis, yes. Range, rescale value, yes. Target will be axis throttle 1. Okay. Okay, it moves from the beginning, but it only moves to that. So let's edit that event. Edit that event. -16,383 to -16,383. Okay, does that do it? No, still the same thing. It gets up to halfway before it registers anything. Wendell Sanders, how are you, man? I'm just troubleshooting some SimCon. We had an updated version of the FlySimWare Lear, and it's changing the way it's recognizing my throttle. Now I gotta figure out. Okay, okay. Okay, so now that registers all the way to the top, all the way to the bottom. Okay, perfect. Now I just gotta do the same thing on the right side. Good. Add event, axis value change. Let's see, action to be executed. Custom axis event. Rescale the value, yes. Invert the axis, yes. 16383 0. Our target is going to be axis throttle 2 set. Okay. 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 Save that. Okay, good. Now they seem to work. Alright, I think we're good now. That's better. So now I can bump the throttles up just a tiny, tiny little bit, and they do in fact move. That's good. Alright, so we're coming off of Going off of Foxtrot. Beatrix traffic, Learjet 514 Delta Victor, troubleshooting done. We are now crossing runway 11 at Foxtrot on the Charlie Beatrix. Alrighty. Whoever's talking, man. Aircraft going extremely low volume.
Beatrix traffic, the Blue 158, we are lining up for departure runway 11. We'll wait for you to finish crossing before departure, Beatrix.
Oh, perfect, thank you. Okay, Learjet 514 Delta Victor. We are crossing 11 now, thanks. That was nice of him. And it's on the right frequency, too. Beatrix traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor, clear of 11.
Beatrix traffic, the Blue 158, taking runway 11 for northbound departure, Beatrix.
Regen says it was impressive that I didn't just whack out the hammer to hit it with. Yeah, I know. Restraint in the finest regard. I was just impressed. I was impressed at the CTAF coordination down here in the Caribbean, where I'm not really sure how well publicized it is that they use it down here, but this aircraft's on the correct frequency coordinating with us, so we appreciate that. Alright, let's do a few things en route here. We can go ahead and test our reversers. They work. We get the weather radar on. Good Fixes is here. Drama 32 is here.
It's finger licking good.
A bunch of warning lights that are still on. This is just so, there's so much of this playing. The pitot, the stall warnings, the radio altimeter, the continuous ignition, and the reverser arm switches. You all kind of do with the whole short line here. Fortunately, I've got all that set up on switches on my Alpha and Bravo. It makes it a little nicer. Plus all the lights, not to mention. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get taxi lights off since we're pretty much at the hold short. You know what? We do not have any cooler in here yet. Yeah, let's go ahead and get some AC running for those guys. Let's get pitot. Stall warnings, radio altimeter, continuous ignition, reversers. Didn't hear that JetBlue call back. I'm assuming he's clear of the runway.
Beatrix,
oh, there he goes.
JetBlue 158, we are 2,505 miles east of the airfield. Last transmission, Beatrix.
Beatrix traffic, Learjet 514 Delta Victor is departing runway 11. VFR northbound, left-hand turnout. Beatrix. Strobes, landing. Whatchamacallit, recognition. And I think we're good. We're going to hold the master reset. That'll give us steering until we let go of that, and we're going to let go of that once we have airspeed register. That'll be once the airspeed registers on the gauge. That's our sign that we've got enough airflow to steer by rudder rather than nose wheel. All right, spooled up. No warnings. No vibrations. 95.4 coming at you. Here we go. Okay, there we are. Takeoff power set. Airspeed's alive. controlling with rudder now, not nose wheel. Okay, there's V1, and there's rotation speed. Here we go. Gear coming up. We're gonna pitch to the pitch to the triangle. And hold that speed until 1,000. Okay, we're gonna reduce the engines to just under 800 in the temps, and we're going to bring the nose down and let it accelerate to 250. Flaps can come in. Autopilot on. Now managing that path for us. Beatrix traffic, Learjet 514 out to Victor clear of runway 11 on the left-hand IFR northbound, turn out Beatrix. Okay, so engines to just under 800. Pitch down to capture 250. And then we'll capture the speed. We're very heavy, and it's pretty warm, so we didn't get the rocket-like takeoff performance that we often get in this aircraft. But we're climbing now. Okay, just under 800. Flaps are in. Reversers can be disarmed. Continuous ignition can be turned off. And the yaw damper can be turned on. Okay, we made it. Upshots here, Tim Dog's here, Sim Mr. Egan's here. Well-attended stream. I guess when I got cash to give away, we get a well-attended stream, huh? Bribery is the sincerest form of flattery. Alright, so we gotta watch the JetBlue here. When is he splitting off from us? He's going to JFK. So he's going out to Scapa just like we are, so we have to watch that we don't run him over. I'll go ahead and say that we're cleared up to our cruise altitude of 41. So we're cleared up to our cruise altitude of 41, and we'll go ahead and switch over to 22.8 to coordinate now. If I feel like I'm going to run over the JetBlue prior to reaching Scapa. Yeah, Upshot's not saying, wait, I'm not saying the money was a motivation, but, yeah, right, exactly. Drama 32's feigning ignorance. All good, friends, all good. Happy to have you here either way. Alright, so post takeoff, yaw damper, reversers, continuous ignition, and then when we get to 10, we'll do some, we'll turn off forward facing lights and we'll do our cabin pressure and temperature check. Hype Kingfish is here. Temperature check's looking good. I'm going to go ahead, should I turn off the cooling? Leave the knob all the way down, turn off the cooling. Looks like the temperature's kind of right where we want at this point. We'll see how that goes. Incredible to me that this plane does not have automatic management of the temperature. But let's just watch ourselves in regard to that JetBlue that took off before us. After he gets to the point Scapa, he breaks off to the north and we're fine, but So, hi, Kingfish. Good to see you, man. Hope all's been well. All right, we're going to bump the throttles up, make sure we're leaving the engines running just under 800 in terms of the turbine temps. We're passing 9,000 feet now. As soon as we get through 10, we'll adjust the speed to 270 knots in the climb. Yeah, no, don't hype Kingfish. Yeah, I'll come back to that in a second. Let's kick it out of vertical, indicated airspeed and hold. We'll pitch down just a bit until the speed comes up to 270. And then we'll kick it back into airspeed hold. Did I see the art request? I did not. Upshot's got an art request. Okay. Yeah, Upshot, go ahead and let me know what you'd like to do. Thanks, Good Fixins. Of course, you guys know you can always use this to let me know.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
But anyway, the forward-facing lights can come off. And we'll do a pressurization check. Temperature's still coming down nicely. Pressurization check, yeah, we say the cabin altitude's climbing nicely. Differential pressure should be about a third of the way up at 10,000, about 2/3 of the way up at 18,000, and then right up onto the yellow market cruise. So far, so good. We need a truckload of money? Okay, Upshot. We'll adjust accordingly, my friend. So landing lights. Ooh, also, I'm used to waiting until 18,000 to do standard altimeter. However, on this departure, the transition altitude is like ridiculously low, like 2,500 feet. So we really should be on 2992 across the board already. So I'll have to fix that now. Okay, everything else was done. And then we're going to switch over to Mach 7 when we get about to 26, 28,000, wherever the transition takes place. Man, it is just not... We're not used to seeing this plane struggle with climb performance, are we? We got it loaded to the gills. 2 nice long legs happening tonight. Got a nice warm day down in the Caribbean. So, yeah, unusual. Okay, I changed the wording. I didn't use the word truckload. I changed the wording a little bit, but we'll see if we accomplish what you are asking for there, Upshot. I felt like an actual truck was going to obscure the facade of the bar, which I didn't want, so I modified the wording of the request just a touch. Hopefully it'll still capture the spirit of what you're looking for there. Alright, temperature's good. I'm going to knock the knob into about the 9 o'clock position there. We'll see if 70 holds. So how have I been? I've been good, man. I've been good. Celebrating our 8th anniversary of the live stream. A few months ago, I was talking about maybe making some really kind of substantial, radical changes, and I kind of talked myself out of them, and to some extent talking with you guys about the changes I was considering talking me out of them, so... Okay, well... Upshot, you're gonna have to tell me. I mean, I guess this is good, right? This is at least... This is a step in the right direction. I mean, honestly, you know, I'm a I'm a flight sim live streamer, so that's an insane amount of cash for me to have. Trust me, it's a lot more than the stream really makes. I mean, that might be 8 years worth right there. I get all the products, the Honeycomb products now, yeah. I mean, I think I've got 3 out of 4 already. I gotta get myself an entry-level force feedback yoke? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Alright, 18,000, so we would transition over into standard altimeter, although we've done that already because the transition altitude in this area is much, much lower, but we could still do our cabin temperature and pressure check. Temperature's nice. Cabin altitude has stopped climbing to shy of 6,000. That's where it's going to stay, and that is what is selected on the gauge for a 41,000 foot cruise. Differential pressure, as I like to say, about a third of the way up at 10,000, about 2/3 of the way up at 18, and about all the way up at cruise. So everything's looking good so far. No, I was copying you just fine there, Upshot. No worries. I realized I was sitting low in the cockpit. Get that sorted out. Ooh, I'm letting the engines overboost there just a little bit. Let's back those down to just under 800. All right. Yeah, man, look how different our climb performance is when we load this thing completely down with fuel. Well, like I said, I've been saying it, but I'll say it again. It's the fuel plus it's the temperature. All right, so we're done with the airport diagram. Pretty much done with the departure. I mean, we're en route to we made it to Scapa now. No, not yet to Scapa. We're still on our way to Scapa, but we were definitely well above 110 at Wallop. So we're done with that chart as well. And then we're going to be joining this one from Gouda. You know, but really after Scapa, we pretty much just join that, and then we go up to Malaysia, and then we go to Gouda, and then we join the approach. So Iowa says the Delta actually never came to fruition. The Echo controller would be the next thing. Okay, what's the Echo entail? I remember seeing the Delta, and I think it was I think it was at the Providence Flight Sim Expo. They were talking about the Delta being that kind of array of touchscreen panels. I guess that's the one that never came about, but I don't know if I ever heard about the Echo. Kind of like a gamepad? Oh, okay. No interest then. Downwind Sim is here. Yes, man. 8 years. Crazy.
1.21 gigawatts! 1.21 gigawatts.
We're all just marveling at the lack of climb performance in our Lear 35. Loaded extremely heavily with fuel and passengers today, and also flying down to the Caribbean where it's quite warm. Just not used to seeing it struggle like this. I almost wonder if just capturing 500 feet a minute would be better for it. The DCA flights are going to have issues on Wednesday and Thursday. Yeah, it's supposed to be crazy hot. I mean, I was, where was I flying back from? Was I flying back from Houston, maybe? I feel like when Flight Sim Expo in Houston happened, or, well, oh, no, it was Las Vegas. It was, it might have been Houston. It was one of those. It was either Houston or Las Vegas. Las Vegas would have been 2024. Houston was 2020, no. Las Vegas was 23. Houston was 2024. Struggling to remember now. But both of those days, record-breaking heat coming back. And some of the heavier loaded flights were talking about having to either bump passengers or bump cargo or add refueling stops. They were bumping fuel and then adding refueling stops. I'm trying to remember the order now. I think it was Houston was before Vegas. So Houston was 2023, Vegas was 2024, Providence was 2025. So I feel like it was coming back from Las Vegas, and it was, 118, something like that. And the flights coming out of Las Vegas were hot and heavy. Upshot says, I'm flying Wednesday in real life in the DC area, so it's going to be a struggle. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, we can push the engines just a little bit. We want to have them right up under 800. But man, never seen the Lear struggle like this. Almost feel like I should have put in Intermediate cruise altitude. Oh, you're going down to Tangier Island on Wednesday. Nice, okay. Kind of down in my neck of the woods. If you ever end up popping over here to Ocean City, let me know. I mean, not really, but you're going to be in the southern Chesapeake Bay, so you're not going to be that far. Yeah, I live within a long walk of Ocean City. Yeah, I'm halfway between Ocean City and Berlin. If you're familiar with Ocean Pines, that's where I'm at. And I work in the city. Yeah, well, hey, next time you're down this way, Upshot, let me know. Alright, well, I think our JetBlue left us in the dust. Do I know South Point? Is that, I can't remember, is that a neighborhood in the Pines, or is that a neighborhood in Westo? I can't remember. I think that's a neighborhood in the Pines. I feel like I kind of know where it is. Okay, down there past the airport, past the golf course, all that stuff. Gotcha. Oh, all right, cool deal. Yeah. Yeah, so I work for the Ocean City government. I live just outside it. Live 11 minutes outside it. Been down here for just over 4 years now. Spent most of my career and life in suburban Baltimore, and then down in suburban DC for a little while. Was associated with the University of Maryland in College Park for a bit, and then I was associated with Johns Hopkins. And then just over 4 years ago, came down here to the shore full time. So yeah, if you end up this way, give me a shout, man. First round's on me, as I like to say, and I mean that. Oh, okay. Well, we got a guest room too, so. Fair enough, though. Fair enough. Not trying to be your bad influence, friend. Yeah, watching this thing, you know, of course I can still put the engines back up a little bit. Yeah, upshot, and if you're just in here, just in town for the day, you know, there's plenty of good places to get a bite to eat. Doesn't have to involve alcohol. I think what we're going to do, guys, I've been intrigued watching this thing struggle. I think we're going to go 29. We'll level off there. We'll burn off some fuel before we try and go higher. What have we got in the wings at this point? Wings are still close to 1,200. Or no, tips are what I'm... So if the tips get below 600 is when you can start pulling fuel out of the fuselage. A lot of the operators will tell you we won't typically pull out of the fuselage until the tips are empty, just because the plane handles better with the fuel more inboard. Yeah, I gotta get some of those Thrasher's fries. Well, they're a favorite of mine, man. I mean, when I used to be a frequent visitor into town, my rule used to be, I don't leave town unless I've had some. Now that would be an everyday occurrence, so I've had to modify my rule. Once a month is kind of where I sit with that now. Alright, so I'm going to let it level at 29,000. Yeah, it would be dangerous living that close. Yeah, I've found the same. I've found that to be true. Not just because of Thrashers. So many great restaurants. So many great places to go have a few drinks and see some live music. I mean, that's why I wanted to come down here, really, honestly. So I've made I've made good on all of that. Alright, well, we're going to go ahead and call this our initial level off. The temperature's good. Cabin altitude sitting under 6. The differential pressure's not even up to its full scale yet, because we're going to just level off here for a little bit. We'll level it at 29,000. We'll let the airspeed pick up so that we can actually make some progress. We'll burn off a little fuel, and if we feel like we're going to get lighter in time for us to go higher, we'll go higher. But if we feel like we are better off just cruising here and then just descending when the time comes, we'll do that. So good is still 333 miles away. When we get to Gouda, We're 21 miles to Avaki, and at Avaki we want to be at 2600. At Avaki we've got 5 miles to get to 1700. So really we could be at 3000 at Avaki and be comfortable. And then 21 miles gives us 6,000 more at Gouda. So we could be at 9,000 at Gouda and feel comfortable that we've got plenty of time to get the altitude off. Okay, so Upshot, yeah, I know the area somewhat well. So we do an annual live event for ZDC that last year was in Wilmington, North Carolina, but most of the other years that we've done it, it's been at a private residence just outside of Roanoke. So I come all the way down, I go over the bridge through Norfolk, and then west on, I forget the U.S. highway that basically connects Norfolk with Roanoke. But I like that drive better than going down through Washington and down Route 66 to 81. So if we're going 29 to 9, we've got 20,000 to lose, and I'm going to want 70 miles to do that in. If we make it up to 41,000 and we're going down to 9, and we got 32,000 to lose, and I'm going to want 112 miles to do it. 460, that sounds right. Yeah, so instead of going, up over the Chesapeake Bay Bridge in the middle of the Chesapeake, that's the one I normally cross if I'm headed up to visit family in Baltimore. But so the GPS route from Ocean City, Maryland down to Roanoke, Virginia takes us up over the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, across into Annapolis, down through Washington, D.C., around Washington, D.C., really. And then out I-66 to I-81. You pick up I-81 kind of right out there near Winchester and Staunton, and then you come down 81 into Roanoke. I don't like Interstate 81 because it's only 2 lanes in each direction, and it's got all those hills and all those trucks, and they're all struggling to not match their speeds with each other. And so the traffic just backs up, and then everyone goes crazy when a slight gap opens up between trucks, and everyone tries to shoot through, and it's dangerous. I don't care for it. It takes us about, we'll say, a half an hour to an hour longer to go down through the Delmarva Peninsula across into Norfolk, and then west from Norfolk to take US 460 all the way out. What did I say? I said Staunton. It's probably Stanton. Don't you know I'm still Stanton? Whatevs. At least I say Wilkes-Barre correctly. Anyway, that place, whatchamacallit. And you're right off of 64. Yeah, okay, I got you. So I used to, for a brief portion of my life, I worked at a little branch university, a branch of a private university up in Martinsburg. The main university was in Beckley, So I used to come down 81 and go west on 64. And I always laughed that the signage all referred to it as the I-64 Technology Corridor. And looked around, and I was like, what technology is even here? Like, the only technology I see anywhere within sight of me is the highway itself. Like, the highway is the technology. There's no other technology aside from the highway. I mean, I guess the Bears have great cell service down here. I don't know. Yeah, it's just trees. Lots and lots of trees, yeah. High technology trees. You still lose self-service, yeah, okay. I don't know. All I can say is the highway was the only technology I ever spotted that entire trip. Yeah, Deadeye says 3, yeah, it's the Deadeye 313 TS, yeah, it's the School of Technology right where the Amish buggies go by. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, so JetBlue has hit the point Scapa and broken off to the east, or north rather. We're going to break off to the east. Is it even worth trying to climb at this point?
I'm gonna need some pliers and set of
Yeah, I don't think so.
Bearings.
Hell, you need ball bearings.
It's all.
I
ball
don't think
bearings.
I don't think we're going to be that much more fuel efficient if we try and climb. Melvin is here. Oh, happy Valen birth-iversary, right? Exactly. So guys, if you're just joining us, it is our 8th anniversary live stream. Our 8th Streamiversary, as we've been calling it. We do have a special giveaway for tonight. You do have to be present for both of the approaches and landings in order to be qualified. If you are here for both, though, you've got the chance to take home a electronic gift card to Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com. The venue is the winner's choice. The prize amounts are 150 and 25. So 100 for first place, 50 for second place, 25 for third place. The contest is as follows. We've got 2 landings, 2 approaches and landings that we're going to perform. We'll get your predictions as to the descent rate upon touchdown for both of those approaches and landings. We are going to give each of you who log a prediction, we're going to give each of you a score 0 to 500 based on how accurate your prediction is to the actual descent rate upon touchdown that's registered by our little stats accumulator. If you're dead on, we'll give you 500 points. If your prediction differs from the actual, we'll give you 500 minus the difference. So after 2 landings, the highest possible point value will be 1,000 points, and the top 3 out of 1,000 will get those prizes, as mentioned before, 100, or 50, or 25. And again, each winner gets their choice of what electronic gift card they take home. And it's always between Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com. So that's how the contest works. We'll get those predictions from you once we are established on the approach. You cannot pre-register. We'll get those predictions at the time. But if you happen to be around for both landings, then you're eligible. If you happen to be the most accurate predictor of one or the other and you aren't one of the finalists, let's say either you get one really close and then you won really close and then you tank the other one, or for whatever reason you're here for the first but not for the second, or if you're here for the second but not for the first, we will still do the normal thing. If you happen to be the most accurate predictor and you aren't one of the finalists, we will still give you an entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. That's what we ordinarily do with those predictions. Whoever's closest gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, and then at the end of the month, or toward the end of the month, we pull one name out of that fishbowl, and then that person wins a $25 gift card to Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com. Our next one of those is going to be on July the 29th. We just did our June one just a couple of streams ago. So the next landing rate raffle drawing will be July the 29th. And if you are the most accurate predictor for either of our two landings tonight, but don't end up as a top 3 finalist for the giveaways, we will still give you that entry into the July 29th drawing. So at least if you're not able to participate in both landings, you've still got some skin in the game in terms of trying to guess accurately. Don't forget we've got our slant artwork adventure going. Our slant artwork adventure is an image that's generated by ChatGPT. We start with an image that's roughly representative of the night's live stream. Once we show that image, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. And once you've done that, you can let me know then in the chat just simply what you would like to do to add to or modify that image. So since we got cash to give away, we got it stacked up in front of us, and we're standing here in front of the Netto Bar in Curacao. So our itinerary tonight takes us from Aruba to St. Martin and then down to Curacao. We're visiting some of the islands in the Caribbean that my wife and I have been privileged to be able to visit. This represents probably more cash than I have earned in the live stream over the 8-year run of it. So I don't know what bank I robbed to get that. Uh-oh. Upshot wants to put a dress on me, okay. Upshot wants me dressed to impress. I'm working on that upshot. Yeah, we gotta look great for the anniversary upshot. Well, it's good that you got a keen eye for that. Fashion staring us right in the eye there. So we'll see how that looks on me. I have a feeling I know how it's going to look on me, and yet I was bold enough to go ahead and take you up on your request anyway. So Downwind Sim, Mrs. and I did a Southern Caribbean cruise in 2023. That was our 10th anniversary. And Aruba, we did. We stopped. Did we stop at Haiti? I don't think we did actually. And then we departed. We went right to Aruba. I think the Aruba and Curacao were the only ports on that one because it's ways down there. It was an 8-day cruise rather than a 7-day because it's just so far south. I think we did. I think we stopped at. The. What do they call it? Labadee, Haiti, the private resort that Royal Caribbean runs there. I think they've closed it since. Yeah, okay. Well, I look about like I thought I would look. So no, it was for a cruise. So it was a kind of a day long stop in Aruba. I forget the name of the city, Oranjestad, I think. Oranjestad, Aruba. and we did a tour there. I forget. Oh, we did kind of a bus, a little van trip around the island. So we got to see several of the sites around the island. The California Lighthouse, which is on the northwest side of the island, and then we went and saw some ruins over on the northeast side of the island. Very interesting tour. Gave us a lot of the history of the island. The tour guide was great. Taught us some of the language, whose name I don't remember. The language is kind of a combination of Portuguese and Creole and Spanish. Portuguese and Spanish are already kind of similar, but it's a kind of a mix of Portuguese and Creole, and I think something else, French maybe even. So they were teaching us a little bit of the language, and they took us around and showed us the sites. It was really, really interesting. Kind of a history lesson of the island. Curacao we loved because I think we booked the exact correct excursion for that one, which we booked what they call the Curacao Bar Crawl. And so they put us on a bus from the cruise port, and they took us to 3 different bars throughout Curacao, throughout Willemstad. And the first one was kind of an inner city, blue collar, kind of, basement bar type vibe. The second one was kind of an upscale restaurant bar, and then the third one was a beach bar. Well, this one here, Meadow Bar, was the first one, kind of the inner city, older area. At a glance you might think sketchy area, but it was really not. It was like everyone was so cool, so nice, so chill. I don't know if it was so chill that I would be comfortable holding this amount of cash there. But yeah, I mean, I felt comfortable walking around this area of the city, not flashing this much cash, nor this much cleavage. But yeah, no, it was really cool, and the bar itself was great. The staff was super cool. Yeah, no, I think it flatters me, Upshot. Yeah, no, I don't know if I would. I wouldn't walk around in this dress, nor with this much cash on me. I think if I walked around in this dress, it might explain why I've got this much cash on me. But but yeah, no, it was a super cool area of the city. It was really neat to see. Again, I hate to. I don't want to say I lived a sheltered upbringing as a kid, but we didn't really do a lot of international travel. We didn't really even do a lot of travel in the U.S. So as an adult, I've been able to travel a little bit more and see different places, things that, cultures that are very different than what I'm used to, and it's been fun. It's been amazing. I've loved our Caribbean trips, and even our Alaska cruise. Alaska. You think of Alaska as well. That's you're still within the U.S. Yeah, but it is a different culture up there. It definitely was on par with the culture shock that we've experienced visiting these other places. Very, very cool, very different lifestyle. And yeah, it was great. It was great.
That little pig.
Regen Road Trip wants to help us out with that image. What you got for me, Regen? Yeah, you lost me here. Hold on, we gotta have a flight simmer standing in the background. He's got a sim rig to one side, turned to be playing a steel drum on the other side, but still wearing the headset. I'm not sure ChatGPT is gonna nail all that completely. We might have to simplify that just a touch. Give me a simpler version of that. I think we're gonna run a haywire with. Give me a simpler version of that. Something maybe a dude with a pilot headset playing steel drums. Okay, that I think we can work with. That I think we can work with. Alright, let's work on it. We'll see how it goes. So we said our top of descent to Gouda is 70 miles if we go from here. And it's what did I say, 130 something if we go from 410. So yeah, I don't think it's worth even trying to climb anymore. I think we'll just stick with what we got. How we're doing fuel-wise. I don't want to cheat and look at the tablet. I want to look down here at the actual gauges. What have we got in the tips are still showing about 800. Yeah, the wing tanks are still full, 1250, and that's about what they're showing. Fuselage tank, we have 200 in. And then the tips, 1540, and we're down to 800 or so. But yeah, we're not going to pull any out of the fuselage tank just yet. I mean, I think the handbook for the plane says you don't pull out of the fuselage tanks until the tips are down below 600. Most operators will tell you they like to burn the tip tanks completely out before they start worrying about fuselage fuel. So that 200 pounds of the fuselage fuel, it's a weird fuel design. You've got the wing tanks that are your primary tanks. The tip tanks automatically gravity feed into the wing tanks, but you can only fill the plane from the tip tanks. The fuselage tank, you can't fill it from the outside, and it does not feed any engine from the inside. The only way you can use the fuselage tank is to manually select to move fuel into it with the switch down, or move fuel out of it with the switch up. That's all it does. It's an extra storage tank. We've only got 200 pounds in it, but as I say, the operators of this plane, at least all the literature I've read, they recommend that you burn everything out of the tip tanks first, because the plane just handles so much better without all of that outboard weight on it. So they say if you've got fuel in the fuselage tank, leave it there, because the more outboard weight you get rid of, the better the plane is to fly. Yeah, it is. It's kind of a weird fuel system design. So here's our flight sim nerd. He's got his headset on, and he's even got his flight sim nerd t-shirt on. Eat, sleep, flight sim, repeat. I've never seen that shirt, but I need it. I need one. Yeah, Deadeye says all that liquid sloshing about at the ends would be problematic. I mean, I'm assuming that they have, they design the tanks with bulkheads to stop it just, swishing from front to back. With tanker trucks are designed that same way. They're not one continuous container. They've got partitions to prevent exactly what you're talking about, but still. But still, yeah, the outboardness of that weight is problematic. Yeah, so CB Flyer, I guess, yeah. Upshot says it's just art. It's just beautiful art. So here's what we started with, dude. So this is me with our giveaway cash, standing outside of the Netto Bar, which is in Curacao. We're doing Aruba to St. Martin to Curacao as our itinerary tonight. We're visiting cruise ports that my wife and I have had the good fortune to visit over the years. So, and this was one of the places that we got to go in one of our excursions. We literally did a bar crawl in Curacao, and this was one of the stops that we made, and we loved it. It was fantastic. So I figured this would be the setting of our cash giveaway. Well, this dress over here, part of that image, and I guess in the reference shot that we used to generate the image, this dress was sitting outside on a mannequin for real. We then added some additional cash to the giveaway, and then someone decided, hey, see that dress over there by the shop to your left? I think our host needs to be wearing that dress. So there we are. And as I said, CB Flyer, I think that now explains where I got all this cash, because this is much more cash than I've earned in 8 years of the live stream. So we figure we now know where all this cash came from. And then the latest modification was to add the Flight Sim Dude playing steel drums. So there you go. Yeah, only pilots, right? Exactly. So now you have a, I know, yeah, Moose says, well, that's disturbing. No, you know, no kidding, no kidding. You know, sometimes I just lose control of these projects. Happy Streamiversary, says Moose. Thank you, very kind sir. Appreciate that. We got the subscription from Upshot 2020. That's a very kind contribution to the live stream. Giving away $175 worth of prizes tonight, and Upshot just helped fund some of that. Yeah, Slant Alpha drag shoot, right? Gives new meaning to the definition drag shoot. Exactly, Upshot. Gotta help pad that wallet back. I appreciate it. Yeah, I know. Like when you're descending in the Boeing 737, and it says you got a nice, steep descent path that's dictated by the star constraints, and the FMC tells you drag required. Well, now we've got it. We've got all the drag anyone could have asked for, and then some. Yeah, boy howdy we got drag. No wonder we can't climb in this aircraft today. We got too much drag happening here. Oh, it's all in good fun. Hey man, if I wasn't a good sport. Are you at least impressed? Happy Pride Month, yeah, exactly. Are you at least impressed that my reaction wasn't, no, I'm not doing that? My reaction was, of course we're doing that. Hey, you never know if you don't ask, Upshot. And you didn't even have to get me that many drinks before you asked. Well, that's doubly impressive. Yeah, and we're not. It's a Monday night, so I don't have the mix running rich tonight. But I'll drink to that anyway. Why not? It's not 100% given. You can normally count on the mix running a little bit enriched on a Friday stream, and typically not on a Monday or Wednesday stream. But that is not a hard and fast rule. More like a loose guideline. All right, let's go ahead and start thinking about this approach into St. Martin. We're 100, is that to say 104? Okay, so when that gets down to about 70, that's when we're going to want to start descending. Hold on a second. When it gets down to about 70, that's when we're going to want to start our descent. We're going to want to go to what I said was 9,000 at Gouda, so that's going to be kind of our target for our top of descent. And then 9,000 to 3,000 at Avaki, and then 5.1 miles is plenty to get from 3,000 to 1,700 at Lessor. And then we will join the final approach course laterally and vertically at that point. To the runway. So let's start going through the approach briefing. Let's first of all, let's start with a peek at the weather. TNCM 060 at 12. So again, typically you're landing to the east at this airport. What is the transition altitude? 5,000, so we'll be on a standard pressure all the way down to 5,000. By the way, the tower frequency is 118.7. That's going to double as our common traffic advisory frequency. Let's just double check that. CTAF, TNCM, I believe it's going to say 118.7. And it does. So we'll get the communication portion prepared to go. We're already on 118, and now we're on 118.7. We're transmitting and receiving on the en route advisory frequency for now, but we'll switch over to the local advisory frequency once we're kind of establishing ourselves on that approach. Approach frequency and course not applicable. Missed approach frequency and course not applicable. Missed approach procedure is a climbing right turn 4,000 to on bed. So if we do have to go missed, looks like it's a 45-degree right turn south and eastbound to the point on bed at 4,000. So we'll know that 4,000 is our missed approach altitude. It is a left-hand turnoff if we make it down successfully, by the way. And of course we do, if we miss this echo here, echo turnoff, we've got a turnaround pad here about 2/3 of the way down the runway that we can make. We might be able to make the turn of echo. We land it short enough and brake aggressively enough. But if not, we can hit the turnaround pad and go off at echo. Uh-oh, CB Flyer was out for some internet shenanigans. Hopefully all back. Hopefully all you guys will be able to participate in our contest for the giveaway tonight. A very slight left to right if we're landing on runway 10 and the wind is 6 knots. I'm sorry, 060, so it's 40 degrees offset and 12 knots. So a not insignificant left to right crosswind to account for. Weather, the cloud cover. Scattered at 1800, so we might have some obstructed visibility, but at 1700 at the final approach fix, we should be below the bases there, so we'll hope that that observation holds up, and then we'll be fine. 1017. .3003. So we'll come down here. I'm going to set 3003 just in the standby, just so we'll have that as a reminder, even though it's going to make the altitudes look like they're wonky and disagreeing in the meantime. And then the last thing to do, we're inside of our top of descent, so let's go ahead and set down to 9,000. Altitude select. Speed hold. And power comes down. And we want to go ahead and set our pressurization target now to sea level, since that's essentially what Juliana's at. Windshield heat can come on too. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to leave windshield heat off. I'm sure we're just going to overheat that. And then as we descend, we're going to target 5 times our ground speed. So that's going to be 2,300 feet per minute. But I'm going to go a little steeper than 2,300 for now. We're almost 3,000 feet per minute for now, because we did start the descent slightly late. So we'll check, we'll compare our progress here against our distance remaining in a moment. But let's go ahead and do our landing calculations for performance. Yeah, go easy on your ears, downwind sim. Well, it's the cabin pressure change that's going to affect that, right? So temp's 28. Runway, oops, hold on. Temp's 28. Runway elevation is 14. And landing weight will sink from the sim. And we'll calculate our landing numbers. 129 and 136 is going to be our speeds. 129, 36. So down 2 lines from 140. And then 150 is our landing flap speed. Yeah, so cabin pressure is only changing at 500 feet a minute, so you guys should be fine. Let's see how we're doing. 22 to 9, that's going to be, what, 13,000 to go? 13 times 3.5 is 45.5. And there's 45.5 right now. Okay, so we're good. Let's get right back on our target of 2,000, just over 2,000 feet a minute. Matter of fact, let's hold that vertical speed for just a second and let's get the airspeed down to 280. Alright, we're 400, so we want to be descending right about 2,000 feet per minute, and we're pretty close on that, so looking good here. It looks to me like we're the next one into St. Martin. This guy to our west is headed south of us. So it doesn't look like we've got any traffic to conflict with. But I will start broadcasting on St. Martin's Common Traffic Advisory frequency, just so that if there is any traffic that spawns in down there, they will know that we're inbound. So we'll go ahead and swap it over now. I guess to be completely compliant with the code of conduct, we should be monitoring 21.5 on COM2. We'll get that sorted out. Okay, remember, the transition altitude is not till 5,000, so ordinarily we'd switch to the local altimeter there, but right now we are not doing that. Okay. Ground speed is slowing to 360, so we want to be descending about 1,800 feet a minute. When we get down to 16,000 to go, that's going to be 7 to go. 7 times 3 is 21, 7 times a half is 3.5, so 24.5 will be our target mileage when we cross 16,000. And we got 27, we're going to have like 26, so we're down a couple miles early. We can shallow the descent therefore. Just a little bit. Kenny Monster is back and he asks, is Rob behaving? I don't know, Kenny, you tell me. You tell me, Kenny. I think the answer is a distinct abso-freaking-lutely not. By the way, final approach course on that approach 09 or 6. So we'll get that set there just to have the visual of joining that approach properly. Yeah, who did that to me? Well, I won't name names, but a name you'd recognize. All right, so when we get to 14, it's going to be 5 to go. So 5 times 3 is 15, 5 times a half, so we're going to be, say, 17 and a half. Yeah, so Upshot, ZDC Live is typically in October. Shoot me a direct message on Discord. I'll give you more details. So 17 and a half to Gouda, and we're 16, so we're a little late getting down now, so let's get back to... Yeah, that's normally... I forget which weekend in October. They've got a tentative date for it already. Sometime in October, though. But yeah, stay in touch, man. I am going to go ahead and clear myself after Gouda to join the approach. So that means Lessor at 17 and map on the decision altitude is 700. What's the difference between... What's the difference between the two columns? I'm not sure. I'll go with 770 just because I'm not sure what the difference is between the two columns. So the minimums are going to be 770. That is a decision altitude. So by 770, we'll have to decide whether we are landing or initiating a go-around by 770. All right, we're coming up on 10,000. Let's capture the vertical speed. Slam the engines into idle. Get our speed down to 250. I'm actually going to just use the autopilot to pitch up a little bit. Oh yeah, get out of vertical speed mode. Use the autopilot to pitch up a little bit. And then 250. Go ahead and get the indicated airspeed capture again. A little bit of thrust back in. We'll go ahead and get landing and recognition lights on. And then, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and clear myself down to the minimums. Well, we'll clear. So minimum 770. I'm going to set the autopilot to 1,000. But by the time we get established on the approach, it'll be... we'll set the missed approach altitude to 4,000. All right, friends. This is the moment of truth. You guys want to make yourselves eligible for the giveaway tonight. Go ahead and put your predictions in. As far as the vertical descent rate, at the moment the wheel touch runway surface, no bot command necessary, just a number, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate with or without the minus sign, and the accuracy is going to give you a score 0 to 500 in terms of how close you were to the actual. CB Flyer wants a wind check. 060 at 12. So we're 17 from Avaki. We want to be at 6,000 at Avaki. We're doing fine. Matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and kick it out of vertical speed. We're going to slow the plane down now. 8, 10. At Avaki, we're at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 mile final at Avaki. Juliana traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor is 25 miles west for the RNAV straight into runway 10, full stop, Juliana. Alright, so I'm going to level out at 6,000. We're going to put a little throttle back in to keep 210 knots. And then after Avaki, we'll go back, we'll head down to... oh no, Avaki, I had said 3. So we're good. We'll keep it going down to 3. I'm going to go ahead and set the missed approach altitude to 4, but I've got altitude select off. We're now hand flying the plane. My airplane haven't helped us. So Avaki, the target was 3,000. Okay, yeah, we got control here. Yeah, we're 1,000 to go to get to 4,000, but we're going to 3,000 at Avaki. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and pitch up a little bit. There we go. Autopilot's now off. I keep hitting the wrong cancel button. So 3,000 at Avaki, is that what I wanted? Okay, we'll do actually 26 at Avaki. Yelling at us because we're slower than we should be without having flaps or gear in. But we'll get that rectified. Juliana traffic, Learjet 514 Delta Victor's 14 miles out, straight in, runway 10, full stop, Juliana. Just a little bit. After Avaki, we're 1,700 to Lessor. descending on the glide path. We'll go ahead and get the first notch of flaps and the gear in. At any point we want, we can get the second notch in. And then when we get below that triangle speed is when we can go to landing flaps. Okay, I believe I've got the runway in sight. And then at Lessor, that's pretty much a 5-mile final when we want to reduce to our final approach speed as well. Okay, second notch of flaps coming in. Let's go ahead and get our continuous ignition on and our thrust reversers armed. Juliana traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor, 4-mile final, runway 10 full stop, Juliana. Alright, final notch of flaps coming out as soon as we get down below the triangle speed. Little left to center line. Okay, missed approach 4000 set, gears down and green, landing flaps set and checked. Right turn to 4,000 if we go missed, left turn off if we get down successfully. Landing checks are complete. Little low, little slow. Let's not overcompensate though. Got a little bit of a stall warning there. I'm definitely too slow. Alright, we got that fixed, but now I'm a little high. Let's not chase both of those, because that's, you know, a recipe for disaster. Looking a little better now. We are still a little slow. And my speed adherence on this one has not been good. Approaching minimums. Oh, I never set the minimums actually on the alerter. We're well below minimums. We're landing them. Hey, gentle flare. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Paddock flare. Yeah, that was ugly at the end. what's the number? Well, everyone's in the same boat. Yeah, that one was a little rough. I think this is Foxtrot. Juliana traffic. Lear 514 Delta Victor's down and back taxiing runway 10. Juliana. So we want to go into Echo. Yeah, so everyone's kind of in the same boat, right? Man, that was indeed not fantastic. Okay. Stow the spoilers. Stow the flaps. Landing light. Reverser. Yeah, I'm sorry. Pitot. Heat. Stall warning. Recognition lights. Continuous ignition. Reverser arm switches. And then we can get the weather radar off as well. Fully out of traffic, Lear 514 out to Victor, clear, runway 10, Juliana. Sim Stutters helped me on that one, says Nav. Yeah, overall, my speed adherence was not great. I was low. I was significantly low on the speed for a good portion of that. And then once I corrected speed, obviously the normal thing happens, which is a corrected speed and round up high on the glide. So, yeah, just not thrilled with how that went. We're down. We survived. Probably didn't break anything on the plane. I will say probably. Do I have a parking spot there? I guess we'll make one up in between. I mean, these are all static. I can run through them. None of them are VATSIM players, but we'll just go right here. It'll be fine. Okay, parking brakes on. Cabin air can come off. The engine gen switches can come off. Throttles can go to cut off. Seatbelt signs can come off. Oh, yeah, they were. Never turned them on when we started our descent. Transponder mode and code. So we're already on 2000. We'll just click the standby. And the beacon light can come off. We'll go over to the utilities page. We'll go ahead and get the door open. And ground power connected, not necessarily in that order. Wheel tracks will be reset, but I don't know how to do that. Mass and balance, we would unload the passengers, but we're just going to load them back in. And then we can go back and check out the fuel page. So let's see. Let's see how we did with my predictions in terms of the flight time and fuel estimates first. And then we'll look at your predictions. And again, we got our giveaway tonight, so we're going to have to log all of your guesses because there's still a second round to come here, friends. So even if you didn't do great on the first one, at least you're eligible So we said that the leg would end at 9:20, and it's 9:25, so we're very close on that. And we should have 39.14 left in the tanks. Let's see how we did in comparison to that. 39.14 was our target. We got 12.54 plus 12.54 plus 4.11 plus 3.89 plus 2.13. 35.21. Yep, so cruising at that lower altitude, we left us 393 pounds short, but that's not going to be so short that we can't make the second leg. So we'll go ahead and roll on with that, and we'll try to be a little bit more fuel efficient on leg number 2. But I think we're still within margin of error on that one. All right, well, let's see where your predictions were. Again, as I said, just the amount of chasing that I had to do of the speed. This is overall just not one of my best landings. Vertical speed, it didn't like. G-force, it didn't like. Touchdown zone was not terrible. Center line was probably the one of the better ones I've done. Crab angle was significant. I wasn't really watching closely whether I had the engines symmetrically. I tend to run the left engine a little too hot because just my throttles are not exactly symmetrical, so I got to be better at watching that. And probably overpitched it as well. So we were a little bit long, not terribly long. I'm actually okay with that. But yeah, it's this altitude profile, and really, honestly, it's the speed. What was our VREF? VREF was 129, is that right? I wasn't that far off that then. 129 was VREF, okay. Well, let's look at that again then. So 130 by there. Yeah, alright, so by the time I touched down, I'd gotten it back to where it should have been. But if you go back, you'll see, look, this is only 20 seconds prior to touchdown that I'm slow, you know. I'm accelerating back to VREF speed. It's just not ideal. It's not ideal. Okay, I'm disappointed in myself, guys. Anyway, so the number that registered was 392. That's a pretty firm hit. Let's go ahead and get all of your guesses logged. And just so we can see where we stand here. So, Bed Dave. And don't worry if I don't get your name exactly right. If I get it close enough, we know who's who. The Deadeye was 150. Kenny at 173. Iowa at 43. Downwind Sim came in at 125. TV Flyer 151. Regen 115. And 106. 175. Upshot 77. And is that everybody? Yeah, so I'll you can check that against this in a moment. What was the number that registered? 392? Yeah, 392. So that puts our leader as Nam 106. Kenny's in second. And CB Flyer in third. So there you go. There's the standings after first landing. Kenny's going to head out. Okay, very good, man. All right, well, so let us roll on. And we'll get started with leg number 2. And yeah, hopefully I will do a little bit better showing on leg number 2. That one was not good. ELW 124. Oh, Kenny, you needed to head out, but I was kind of busy on the approach. Did you want to throw in a slant artwork modification before you go? Sorry, I just now saw that you put one in. If you're heading out, I can cancel that. Give you your points back. Alright, anyway, let's go ahead and get our second flight file on the network. Pull in the details of the first one, so that'll save us some typing. All that's the same. Departure is going to be TNCM. We are off block at 0200. Yeah, we can make that easily enough. 43,000 feet, 480 knots. TNCC. Alternate SVLO. En route 126. And fuel endurance are 312. Gonna do another 173 anyway, right? All the rest of that's the same. We got the route details in there. We can go ahead and file the flight plan. Yeah, no, IOSI, I know that in terms of his prediction, although if he's not here, it wouldn't necessarily count at the time. But he had put in a request for the slant artwork, and if he wants to hit me with that slant artwork request on his way out the door, he can do that. If he doesn't, if he's already gone, if I don't hear from him in the next couple of minutes, I'll assume he's already gone, then I'll give him those points back for the channel points, that is, for the alphabets request. Alright, well, let's do a METAR update here. See if anything's changed with the weather. TNCM. Nope. So it's, yeah, 1 knot less. Everything's the same in terms of the altimeter. Oh, I never even set the local altimeter on the way in, so that should have been 3008, right? 3003 rather. You can see it didn't make a huge difference. It made about a 50-foot difference, but you know, if you're in instrument conditions and you're close to minimums, that is a huge difference. Oh, he did say earlier to add some maracas. Okay, I will. I will put that in. Thank you, Iowa. All right, so comm radios are set. We're still on 18.7 and then 22.8. We can go ahead and set up our nav equipment. So let's go to flight plan. We'll go to menu. We're going to delete flight plan, enter, and yes. We're going to put on our first waypoint of TNCM. Enter. And we are going to fly the Moto 2 departure. So we'll go procedures, select departure, enter. Yep, the Motor 2, enter. Off of runway 10, we are going to Dandy. Jim Dandy, okay. Well, now that we got that, we can delete TNCM from our plan. after Dandy. It's M576 to my lock. I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and get that in here. Let's go ahead and go to flights and let's unload the flight. And let me put a new flight in. We're going to start from Juliana. We're going to select Curacao. I go to Juliana, taxi, and airport diagram. I go to Curacao, airport diagram. I just like that. I like doing that first because it gives me these buttons down here. I can quick and easy jump back to the airport charts list, and then the route. I think I still have it in the scratch pad. If I do that. Done. See, okay, so that's it. Yeah, Dandy, and then Akura, and then that route into Curacao. I didn't figure out what I meant by Moto 2, but that's fine. We know that the SID is the Motor 2, so we'll pin that, and then into Curacao. It should be the Accor 1B, which is going to be the arrivals into runway 11. And then we are going to have an approach ILS or localizer to runway 11 as well. Alright, anyway, so what I was getting at before was when we joined this point, Dandy, we're on a 257, or 237, so that changes to a 239, so there is a slight turn there. Yeah, it doesn't hurt us to have to put these all in. I mean, it's a pretty much a straight shot. I think there is maybe a little bit more of a significant bend there. No? Yeah, it's pretty close to a straight shot, but it's just enough that I feel like we should probably go ahead and just put those in. So let's do it. Let's just spin through those points real quick. It's going to take me a little bit of time, but not too much. So PORQE. I was just saying on the community Discord today, like, if I feel like it's a straight shot, I definitely do not always enter all these points. But just to be thorough, and it is a slight zigzag between them, it looks like it's minor heading change between one and another. Oops. So below Pork, it's Anner, A-N-N-E-R. Okay, enter. And then below Anner. Rafee, R-A-F-E-E. Oops. And then after Rafee, it's Reyes, R-A-Y-A-S. And after Reyes, it's Millock, M-I-L-O-K. And then after Millock, Ilmet, ILMET. We got 1, 2, 3, 3 more to go. We're almost there. ILM OT MET. Whoops. After Ilmet, Silva, SILVA. Whoops. Yeah, Venezuela, not UK. Yep, agree. And then after Silva, Acora, ACORA. Almost there. This is our last en route point, and then we just got to enter the destination airport and the procedures. Acora, enter. Destination is TNCA-TNCM-TNCC. Curacao, enter. And let's go to procedures. We're going to select the arrival. We said it's the Acora 1 Bravo, enter. Let's go to menu. Select destination airport, enter. Let's go back to flight plan and procedure. Select arrival, enter. Okay, there we go. So now it's the Acora 1 Bravo. Enter. Runway 11, enter. We're going to load that in. And we're also going to load the approach. Enter. The ILS 11. Enter. Now, when we go the Acora 1 Bravo, that's going to dump us off at this point. Puxun, P-U-X-U-N. Do we have a transition off of Puxun onto the approach? No, we don't. So we assume we'll get vectored, and I'm going to put just to this furthest point. Well, I guess we're going to put it to Tabib. You can go D300M is a little bit further out to as a vector. So if we get that option, we'll do that. But if not, we'll go Tabib. No, none of those. Well, we've got a feeder from the VOR outbound. Well, I guess that would probably include all those points. So let's just go with that one. Enter. And we're going to load it, not activate it. And yes, it's going to remind us that when the time comes, we're going to have to load. We're going to have to tune the radio instruments to track it legally and accurately. But it's just a reminder for now. All right, so let's now page through. We've put all these in ourselves, and you can eyeball it and you see that it's a consistent track all the way, so you can, if you see one of them's like all of a sudden 1,000 miles, then you got to go back and check that one. But if you see consistent track and reasonable distances, then you got a pretty good cross check there that you put everything in okay. Acora 23868, and then drops us off at Puxun. And then after Puxun, we're going to go to the VOR with the procedure turn and Tabib, and then inbound from there. Now, we'll probably just vector ourselves onto that, but at least we've got all those points in there so that we've got all of that as needed in case we end up needing it. Okay, so flight plan's good. Let's go back to the Not the waypoint page, but the nav page. Yeah, we want to up the range. We are going to turn directly to Motor. And, yeah, I would say we are good to go. Alright, off block at what time? Alright, so there's still a little bit of time for me to take a quick liquid recycling break, and then we will get on our way with leg number 2. Let's see how we did with the slant artwork request. So we did get Kenny's request in there. So the cash is still on the table, but we did get Kenny's request in there in terms of the maracas. So there we go. Thank you, I.O. Scotsman. Alright, let's take a quick break out of the cockpit for a little liquid recycling. We'll be back with leg number 2, friends, on our 8th STREAMIVERSARY giveaway night. We got one more leg and lots of flying left to do, so we'll get back to it in just a moment. Sit tight, and we'll talk to you in just a bit. Thanks for hanging with us on the Slant Alpha Adventures live stream. Back in just a few. Alright friends, we are back with you live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City, Maryland as we continue our Slant Golf edition of Slant Alpha Adventures this evening, the 8th STREAMIVERSARY giveaway night. Do 2 legs here in the FlySimWare Lear 35. We've just finished Aruba to Princess Juliana, and then Princess Juliana we're going to head down to Curacao. We're visiting a bunch of cruise ports that my wife and I have gotten the chance to visit in the real world. And we've got our giveaway night. So we've got 10 of us that are now eligible for the prizes, the grand prize at the end. What we've done is we've gotten their predictions as to the descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface, and we've scored their predictions on a scale of 0 to 500. 500 for a perfect score, 500 minus the difference between the prediction and the actual for anything less than a perfect score. So 10 are now eligible for the grand prize at the end. The top 3 out of 1,000 possible points are going to take away the prizes, the gift cards to either Amazon or xplane.org store or Sim Market. Top prize 100, second prize 50, third prize 25. Which card it is up to each of the winners. And for those of you who missed our first landing, you still got some skin in the game for the second landing, because if you're the most accurate predictor of the second landing who doesn't end up in the top 3 for the total prize for the grand prizes, we will still give you that entry for the July 29th landing rate raffle, so you'll be eligible for that drawing that we do toward the end of every single month. So at least there's still some incentive for you to participate, but you just wouldn't be eligible for the grand prizes tonight if you missed that first round. Alright, let's get back to it, friends. By the way, just as we were taking our intermission, Upshot cashed in 500 more of the Twitch channel points and asked to further modify our Slant Artwork Adventure. Our Slant Artwork Adventure is just an image that we feed into, an image description that we feed into ChatGPT. And then once you guys see the resulting image, you're eligible to cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points. And then you can suggest an addition or a modification to that description to kind of further add to the chaos of our Slant Artwork Adventure. Well, Upshot decided we needed a full mariachi band behind us. We're kind of mixing cultures here. We're in Curacao. We're out front of the Netto Bar. It's the oldest bar still operating in Curacao, in Willemstad, Curacao. But now we got me in a duplicate of the dress that was over by this storefront for reasons unknown. The stack of cash that I'm giving away for tonight's giveaway night, our 8th anniversary live stream celebration. And now we did lose the guy playing the steel drums, unfortunately. He was here before. But we now have the mariachi band and me in the sombrero accordingly. So, yeah. So, you know, we didn't intend to lose the guy in the steel drums, but we did. But there we go. There is our Slant Artwork Adventure. And 500 Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points there, will allow you to tell us what you would like to do next to add to or modify that image. Alright, let's get to it, friends. We're going to get underway with our second leg here. So back into the airplane we go. And see, we've got our METAR, we got our comm radio set, altimeters were set, nav equipment was set, initial altitude. Now, see, in the U.S. and in a lot of other places, you have this initial altitude that you have to level off at on your departure, and then you're cleared higher by air traffic control. We have a transition altitude of 5,000 here. We got a minimum of 4,000 we have to be at motor, but it does not say anything about an altitude that we have to level off at. And I have found in the Caribbean that they typically just clear you to your cruise altitude. So I guess we don't have that initial level off in this case. We'll go ahead and just plug in our cruise altitude of 43,000 feet as the altitude that we're going to go to now. On the first leg, we struggled to get up there. On our second leg here, now we've burnt off some fuel, so we might have better climb performance. We're not used to seeing this aircraft struggle, but it was nearly fully loaded with passengers, cargo, and fuel. And then it was a very, very hot day at our origin, so we saw it for the first time in the history of the stream. We saw it struggle with climb performance. We'll see if we're a little lighter from fuel now. We'll see if we can get it up to 43,000. We'll go ahead and arm the altitude hold. It's going to be an immediate right turn to motor. I'm just going to dial in a heading of 180 just as a kind of a fail-safe in case anything goes wrong. We know that we need to turn southbound in order to not hit a giant rock there, so we'll just plan for that. And other than that, after 420 feet, it should automatically turn us that way, so we're good. And so we'll start in nav mode and altitude, not altitude hold, altitude select. So those modes are armed now. And so yeah, we'll see how that goes. And then transponder mode and code. Now in the US, there's a server that automatically assigns on a squawk code, assigns a squawk code if there's not air traffic control on to assign you one. Outside of the US, there is not such a thing, so we'll just keep our squawk of 2000 until we're told something else, but we'll go ahead and pop it into altitude mode. Alright, parking brake is confirmed set. We would go ahead and get the seatbelt signs on. We'll go ahead and board our passengers, but they're already boarded. Since we're just going to use the same passenger load from the first, we would hop out and retrieve the wheel chocks, but we don't have a way to put them back on between legs, so that's already done there. Let us go ahead and get the door closed and the GPU on. We're going to have that all the way down, and then we'll get the cooling on as soon as we get the airplane fired up. So back, utilities page, let's disconnect ground power, let's close the door. We'll go back. We'll go back, Jack, do it again. Alright, so temperature set all the way down. Pressurization is going to be set to 43,000 if we can get up there. Cabin altitude is going to sit right around 6,000 for that. There we go, 6,500 really. We'll turn it round and round. Let's see, let's go and do our takeoff performance page. We can sync everything. We're in the long tanks, we're in the flaps 8. We're going to sync everything from the sim and calculate. I'm not going to worry about the pitch trim. 95.4 is going to be our bug. Okay, that's the same. 130, 138, 141. 130, 138, 141, and then 171 would be our flap retraction speed. So essentially what happens is the V1 is our takeoff safety speed, so if we have any safety critical items occur prior to reaching V1, we'll abort the takeoff. If we reach or exceed V1, we will continue accelerating to VR, because whatever problems we got at that point, we're taking them airborne with us. When we hit VR, we'll rotate, we'll take off. If we have 2 functioning engines at that point, we'll pitch to the triangle speed. If we got 1 functioning engine, we will pitch to this speed plus 3 knots. In either case, we'll take that up to 1,000 feet, retract the flaps, and then figure out where we're going from there. Yeah, that's it. Let's go. Let's get the beacon light on. We don't need to push back. We're going to start with the number 2. We'll get the generator switch in the down position. The reverse polarity there becomes our starter. We'll wait till 13% comes in. We'll kick that out of cutoff. Alright, number 2 stable. We can pop that into gen mode. Number 1, we'll kick it down into starter mode. Fuel comes in at 13%. Downwind sim says if you paid for the GPU during the stopover, you should use it for the start and save the battery cycle. I don't know how that process works on the Lear, like how that changes the startup process. I just don't know this airplane that well. But we're not in battery only for that long in this aircraft, so yeah, it probably puts a little bit of wear and tear on the battery, but not a whole lot. Anyway, okay, so we got the engines started, we got the generator on. Let's get the air on, let's get some cooling going. So 82, we'll monitor that as we taxi out. Let's do flaps 8 for departure. We would do our control surface check. Of course, you know, really checking the exterior control surfaces, not the interior control movement, but in the sim you kind of need to check that your hardware and your software are indeed synced. And then of course, you know, if you want to check an exterior view, no gauges in here to tell us that the control surfaces are moving properly, so if you want to check an exterior view, or somebody outside will give you a thumbs up, let you know that controls are all good. At this point we'll set our takeoff trim, and again I'm going to ignore what was in the calculation. I'm going to put the minimum amount of trim that it takes to make that warning happy. So right there. Nose wheel steering is engaged, so we are good. Alright, a bunch of warnings still on the panel, but that is normal. There's a lot of stuff you do at the whole short line in this aircraft. Juliana traffic, Lear 514 Delta Victor is departing from the ramp, taxiing out to runway 10 for IFR southbound departure, Juliana. And we can do, yeah, taxi lanes we did. And I'm still getting used to the new pedals here. Where do my feet go? Alright, since we're away from the ramp now, we can go ahead and get our weather radar on. Spoiler check. And spoilers stowed. Reverser check. And reverser stowed. All right. So there's a bunch of stuff that we do at the hold short, and that's why you still see a lot of the warning lights on. Stall warnings, pitot heat, radio altimeter, reversers go back into armed, and then the continuous ignition comes on, and then of course all the lights as well. Juliana traffic, Learjet 514 Delta Victor's departing runway 10, right hand turn out IFR southbound Juliana. Alright, strobe lights coming on. Forward facing lights coming on. Pitot heat, stall warnings, radio altimeter, reversers, and continuous ignition. Everybody over at the fence? You ready to get blasted? You're not going to get blasted too much. These engines are pretty small compared to a lot of the planes that come out of here. Alright, ready? We're going to hold our master cancel. Whoop, overshot the center line, so we'll get that back. Hold the master cancel, which keeps our nose wheel steering until the airspeed indication comes alive, and then we're going to change to steering by rudder. Spool the engines up, no warnings, no vibrations, takeoff power coming at you. Here we go. 95.4 set, airspeed alive. Steering off, rudder on. V1. Rotate. Positive rate, gear up. I'm going to affect that right turn pretty much as soon as practical. Pitch to the triangle speed and take that up to 1,000. Alright, there's 1,000 feet, flaps coming in. Lower the nose to get to 250. Lower the engines to 800. Okay, we're going to join that path now. Into the soup we go, yep. Yaw damper can come on. Continuous ignition. Reverser arms, switches can come off. We're going to continue to lower the nose to pick up the speed to 250. Engine set just below 800. We get the flaps in? Yeah, we did. Okay, we are on our VNAV path, so we're good there. And as soon as we hit 250 knots, we'll capture that speed. And we'll make sure that the engines are 795 or thereabouts. Motor, we need to be at 4,000 or above, and we are passing that now, so we are good. Alright, so post takeoff, we got yaw damper on, continuous ignition off, reversers disarmed, and we are set to our cruise power of 800 on the side, and we're still cooling off here, so we'll leave the temperature selector fully cooled and the cool switch on. Juliana traffic at Lear Jet 514 Delta Victor is clear of runway 10 and about 5 miles south, 6,000 climbing IFR southwestbound. Juliana. Okay. Done with our calls at Juliana, we can switch over to the generic advisory frequency. We are still monitoring the guard frequency on COM2 121.5. And just for good measure, it doesn't appear that there is anyone that we need to coordinate with at the moment, so we are good. We are through the transition altitude now, which is 5,000, and we're used to that being 18,000, but here it's 5,000. So here we can go ahead now and set to the standard altimeter rather than waiting until climbing through 18. So 2992 times 3. Oh, we were talking before about not remembering how to switch it from inches of mercury to millibars, and I still haven't figured. I thought it was just push and hold. That didn't seem to work. But this, our standby altimeter has both. So next time when we get the altimeter in QNH rather, when we get the QNH at Curacao, we can set it here, and then that'll tell us what to set the inches of mercury to. There's got to be a way to change it in terms of the primary and first officer side, captain side, first officer side. But press and hold, I thought was the way to go, and it didn't do it. So I'll have to dive into the instruction manual. We're through 10,000 now, so let's kick it out of vertical speed. We'll drop the nose a little bit to let the speed come up. We'll get to make sure the engines are up at our climb power of 795 in terms of the temperature. and then we'll watch the airspeed pick up to 270 knots, and then that's what will take up the rest of the way until we hit Mach 7. Mach 0.7, I should say. Okay, there's 270 captured. So far getting much better climb performance, but that was just temporary while it adjusted to the new mode. So we'll see how it does. Doing good in terms of tracking the route, so we'll just go ahead and widen the picture there a little bit. Keep 795 to a side, we're good. We can turn off the cooling now. We're a little bit chilly. We'll turn this up a little bit, trying to aim for between 68 and 72. Pressure check at 10,000. The cabin altitude, we know it's going to be climbing to 65-ish. It's still at 35-ish and climbing at a normal rate. Differential pressure, I always like to say it should be about a third of the way up at 10,000, about two-thirds at 18,000, and then right up onto the yellow market cruise. And so far so good, and like I said, it's a little bit chilly because we left the cooling on a little too much. So I'll turn the temperature knob up. I'm just surprised that this aircraft doesn't have a more of a automatic mode for that, but we'll continue to tinker with it, get it back up between 68 and 70. Engines are slightly over boosted, so I'm going to bring them back. Keep them right at that 795 marker thereabouts. Yep, engines are creeping up on me again. Let's back them up. 795-ish. Okay, we're coming up on 18,000. In North America, this is the point where we would switch from from local to standard altimeter, but we've already done that. Because in this part of the world, the transition altitude is much, much lower than what we're used to. But it is still where we'll go ahead and make our second climb check, if you will, our pressurization and temperature check. I've got the knob kind of centered here. We're kind of trying to keep 68 to 70. We're good there for now. Cabin pressure is still climbing at a normal rate, and the target on that is 6,500, so it should stop right around there. But as I like to say, it should be about one-third of the way up at 10,000, about two-thirds of the way up at 18, and about fully up at cruise. And so far, so good. Everything is looking to be normal there. Climb performance is much, much better so far than what we saw in leg one. Of course, what do we burn in terms of fuel? So we're 2,300 pounds lighter on leg 2 than we were in leg 1, so that's accounting for a change there. I'm easing the engines back there. As we climb, the engines are kind of creeping up above 800, so I'm kind of backing them down to 795 or thereabouts. I should be watching those a little bit more closely. Climbing at 270 knots until we hit Mach 7. But yeah, climb performance is starting to fall off now. So the plane did have an update just prior to us going live here, and I haven't read the change log to know whether engine performance has been dialed back down to a little bit more realistic. Of course, it is realistic to say this plane climbs like a banshee. That's not, that's not dissimilar from how the thing performs in the real world. It does climb like a rocket ship. However, I wonder if it was a little overdone in the previous version, and now it's been kind of tempered back to a little closer to normal. But of course, very, very heavily loaded and in very, very warm temperatures, yeah, you're going to see a significant degradation in your climb performance, and that's definitely borne out today. It's just unusual for us to see the Lear struggle this much. I do kind of wonder whether it's been dialed back a little bit too much. If indeed that's what's, if indeed that was a change, it might not have been a change. It might solely be based on the temperature. And we're already down to the point where we're struggling to maintain 1,000 feet per minute here. I wonder if we if we try to do the climb at Mach 0.6 rather than Mach 0.7, will that be a little bit more sustainable? Yeah, minimum for IFR is 500. If you're unable to maintain 500 feet per minute climb, then you need to advise the controller or you need to stop your climb. 1,000's not too bad. Let's just see if the Lear... ordinarily, the switchover point will be Mach 0.7, but Mach 0.6 should get us a little bit better climb performance, even though it'll get us less forward speed. But might get us that extra climb performance that we need to get up out of that dense air. Denser, relatively. The problem today is it's not very dense air. But it'll get us to where we can cruise and nice reduced density air. That'll give us more fuel efficiency. We do have a little bit of fuel performance to make up from leg one. We wound up 400 pounds short because we didn't make it all the way up to our planned cruise. So let's see if we can do better with that on this leg. Sacrificing a little bit of forward speed for now, just until we can get up there. And let me keep the engines up at 795. It's oscillating back and forth. I say let's just try to lock in the vertical speed. I got it locked in just shy of 15, so maybe 1,400 feet per minute vertical speed, and then let's just keep the engines cranked up to 795 and just see what we get speed-wise. We just got to watch that. If you're not monitoring that airspeed, if you accidentally select the climb performance that the plane can't sustain as it climbs higher, that airspeed is going to fall off dangerously. So you just really, if you're gonna climb by a set vertical speed, you really got to watch and make sure that you've got the airspeed to do that. But I was just concerned that the plane seemed like it was chasing the Mach speed. I don't know if we're in just gusty headwinds or what. The plane was just chasing the Mach speed so badly climb performance was going between 0 and 2 over and over again. So I was like, well, maybe we get a little bit more consistent of a climb if we just lock that vertical speed, and then we see what airspeed we get out of that. At least for now. And the indicated airspeed's degrading now. We're not quite at 250, but we're slightly accelerating. Obviously, the indicated airspeed drops off the higher you go anyway. But we are actually getting a slight acceleration as we are up at now Mach 0.62-ish, 63 maybe. Yeah, true airspeed's over here, 367. It's degrading ever so slightly. The indicated airspeed's dropping off. We're not even making 250 anymore. However, you know, that's a little bit deceiving because we're climbing into less dense air, so the indicated airspeed's going to drop off anyway. The Mach speed is actually increasing. We were at about Mach 6.2. We're creeping up to Mach 6.3. So we're actually doing okay sustaining this 1,400 feet here. Ground speed is keeping consistent at 360 and change. So we're holding kind of steady, but the Mach speed's creeping up. Yeah, so we're doing okay. We seem to be sustaining it okay. No, but my point was, obviously, the indicated airspeed is going to drop off, but that's more of a function of the air density than the plane actually slowing down. Okay, let's keep the engines boosted up there to 790. How are we doing? Okay, yeah, we're a little warm now, so let's get this. Let's get these guys cooled back off. Yeah, we're doing a lot better. What did we do? We level off at what, 29 last time? Here we are at 29, but we're still easily making 1,400 a minute. So, yeah, that extra, or that missing 2,300 pounds. Oh, okay, yeah, I think it was, well, we got past 29, and I was like, oh, we need to. We were passing 29 when I was like, oh, we need to probably revise our plan here. No, it was 29 that we stopped at, because it was 29 to 9 was our descent profile. 20,000 feet to lose. So we're doing good. We're past that by 1,500 feet, and we're still climbing at 1,400 at a reasonably sustainable airspeed, so we're okay. Yeah, upshot. Yeah, I guess as I understand it, if anything that you were flying was at this altitude, you would be in severe trouble. Yeah, I like to I like to say upshot, so my real world job is in the transportation industry. However, everything I manage stays on the ground. At least on an ideal day. You know, we get some pretty good hurricanes come up the coast sometimes, but on an ideal day, everything I manage stays on the ground. All right, let's take a Take a peek at VATSIM radar just to be sure. It didn't look like there was anybody else in our area last I peeked. So we're still good in terms of not really needing to do too much in terms of radio coordination. Our Mach speed is still creeping up, Mach 0.66 now. Upshot says, so I'm in college for aviation still. We all we toy with are Archers, and then once I'm done with my commercial, I'll get 25 hours in the Seminole for my Maltese. Yeah, Mr. Rogers just to chime in there. He says, the Knowles, a solid plane. I enjoyed it. I had to drag one across the country, not just in the cross-country sense. Yeah, you literally crossed the country. Yeah, Mr. Rogers has some real interesting entries in his logbook. That's right. I think you told me that story when you were down here. Stopped down through Ocean City, Maryland to make it a true cross-country, even though you started at Leesburg. Yeah, I think I remember you telling me that story while we were in town. So, Mr. Rogers, I don't know if you were lurking around for the earlier part of the conversation, but Upshot lives somewhere, or lives and or is staying somewhere down in the vicinity of I-64, and we were hinting at him stopping in at ZDC Live in the fall. Although maybe we'll have to get him on the controller roster to make that legit. I mean, honestly, I think it's fine either way, but... Alright, so yeah, we're kind of doing an unconventional thing here with this aircraft today. We're climbing it at 1,400 a minute, holding that vertical speed because we were struggling with climb performance on leg 1 so badly. So I've just been kind of cross-referencing how are we doing with the speed, how are we doing with the engine power. So our speed is obviously indicated airspeed is right around 200, which feels alarming, but it's not really as slow as it looks. We're still actually getting 350 over the ground. We're approaching Mach 7. We're at Mach 6.7 probably. Yeah, so we're back. What's the ISA? It's high. I don't know exactly, Mr. Rogers, but yeah, it's a warm day down here. We're down in the Caribbean. I didn't sit through all the performance calculations like a real pilot should, but yeah, it's warm. We are up over 40 now, so we're doing a lot better on leg 2 than we did in leg 1. Upshot says I can barely get on a computer when I'm back down at college. Yeah, that's fair, man. That's fair. But maybe you can pop out for a couple hours on Saturday and hang with us. What's the OAT? Good question. I don't remember where the gauge is here. Here we are. Negative 42, looks like. Negative 42, coming up on 42. Engines are slightly over boosted. Drop them back down to about 795. Yeah, man. So Upshot, in all seriousness, man, I don't think if you're not on the controller roster, I don't think that would preclude you from coming and hanging. At the very least, I'll make sure there's enough supplies there for you. Very highly doubt it would be cause for anyone to have concern. Yeah, there you go, Upshot. Now you're talking. All right, coming up on 43. Seatbelt signs off. We'll watch it capture the speed. You can hear the trim wheel knocking as it levels us off. And we Mach speed slipped to just below 0.6 there at the last minute, but we did okay. We did okay, and so what we're going to do at this point is we're just going to leave the engines up at climb power until the cruise speed comes up, and the cruise speed should come up right to the point where it's just barely under that barber pole. I like it. So the barber pole sits just above Mach 8 typically, and so I'll park it right on about Mach 0.79er. But we made it. We did it. Meantime, we can unpin the departure from Juliana. We can unpin the airport. And we're coming in from Ekura. To Puxon and then Tabeb. And so I feel like, you know, when we put in this approach, it did not have a transition from Tabeb, but it has the point Tabeb. If you take it from the VOR outbound and back in, it includes the point Tabeb. So I feel like if we want to just assume that we're going to fly direct from Puxon to Tabeb and then onto the approach from there, then I think we can just go in and blank out, that we can just clear out those superfluous points and just make ourselves into a direct Puxon to Tabeb and then on to final. You know, obviously the air traffic control, if they were on, would have to tell us to do that, or they would just vector us onto that approach. So we're going to have to take some liberties because we don't have any controllers to tell us what to do. right, Upshot wants to bring back our FlySim steel drum player into our slant artwork adventure. So we're working on that. The other thing to do once we've arrived at cruise is we can do one final check on our pressurization. So we know we set the dial at about 6,500. That is indeed what's showing on the gauge. Cabin altitude no longer climbing. And the differential pressure, as I like to say, a third up at 10,000, 2/3 up at 18,000, and then fully up at cruise, right up under the yellow mark. And that is indeed exactly where it sits. So good, good, good. We never really got there on leg number 1. So there we go, Upshot. There's our slant artwork adventure, latest form. We do have and they brought him back right in the previous form. So he's got his Eat, Sleep, Flight Sim, and Repeat t-shirt on. Alright, we're still, well, the engine's parked at about 785. So we should see the speed continue to come up. And then just to make sure we have the plan in place, what is the descent profile here? So no higher than a 10,000 at CC-107, and no lower than 3 at Puxun. How many miles between the two? 13.4, 16.6. So 16.6, 17.20. So 30 miles from 10 to 3. So 7,000 to lose. I like 3.5 miles per thousand. 7 times 3 is 21. 7 times a half. So 21. So 24.5 to lose 10,000 is like perfect. That's right on our desired profile, pretty much. So CC-107 is 10,000, so that's what we're going to target as far as our descent profile once we start down. Speed's still creeping up. We're doing good. So CC-107. ...283 miles from present position. At least on our track, it is that many miles. I don't know if it's that many direct. It's probably a couple miles shorter direct, although that path doesn't zigzag that much. But let's do the math here. If we want to be at, so we're at 43,000, we need to be at 10,000 by that point. So we've got 33,000 to lose, and I like 3.5 miles per thousand as my descent profile, rather than some will give you the more aggressive 3 miles per thousand. I like to shallow it out slightly to 3.5 miles per thousand. So there's our top of descent, 115.5. We're going to say 160, 116. We could even say 120 just to allow a little bit of extra mileage to initiate that descent. So we'll say 120 prior to CC-107 as our top of descent. So 150 miles from now. So that's not too bad. Speed's still coming up ever so slightly. About Mach 7.5 or thereabouts. 411 over the ground. Is it pretty much going to just plateau right there? That's as best as we're going to get with the engines almost still in climb power. Still creeping up just ever so slightly. We picked up one more knot over the ground. What's the gauge reading? Almost a solid Mach 7.8. Yeah, well, we'll leave it. Yeah, when you're flying business jets upshot, fuel efficiency is just not the top of the priority list. He says no one said they didn't want another knot of ground speed in cruise. Well, we'll serve another couple rounds of champagne back there, and they won't notice what's going on. But yeah, there's no such thing as a cost index in this aircraft. Cost index is pedal to the metal until we hit the red line speed. And what do we say top of the descent was? 120? Yeah, so 130 miles until CC 107. So what's that in terms of time? 130 out of 413. It's that much of an hour, so if we multiply that by 60, it's that many minutes. 17 minutes to top of descent. So right about the top of the hour, we'll start our way down. Kind of just checking these guys to make sure they're not going to cut across my path. That was landing there. Yeah, he's landing there at Aruba. So yeah, it doesn't seem like we've got too many folks we need to worry about coordinating with. Oh, that one's coming into Curacao. So that one we might be kind of in a race with here. "41 minutes estimated. 30 minutes estimated. So win a race, but he's winning. Okay, so this one's landing here. So Aerojet. Melvin's in the 747-200. He's struggling to climb also. Yeah. Just a nice, roasty toasty kind of day, huh? All right. Let us begin the preparations for the ILS or localizer runway 11 into Curacao. So 111.9, final approach course is 114. We'll get that set. 111.9, 114. So 111.9 auto-tuned. 114, we'll go ahead and, oops. .14 will set here. Tower is 118.3. I'm assuming that will count as our common traffic advisory frequency as well. Let's just double check that in AIP, TNCC, 118.3. All right. Zero 08013. So yeah, eastbound runway seems like it makes sense. The direction of the wind is variable between 050 and 110. Temperature 28. QNH 1014, well, we know that's just barely above standard, so 2995 basically. So 1014 will set up here, and indeed 2995. So we'll know that when we start descending, that's what we'll switch it over to. However, when do we do that? Not 18,000 like we're used to. 4,000. Light level 040. And by the way, that is one of the key points to keep in mind with the difference between the transition altitude to transition level and what we're used to in the States and in North America, with it always being 18,000 and or flight level 180. A lot of flight simmers, brand new flight simmers, do understand, or they catch on quickly, that you change from the local to the standard altimeter at 18,000 in the U.S. Not as many catch on that outside of the U.S. it's not 18,000. However, what a lot of people miss is that transition directly informs on whether you're at an altitude in thousands and hundreds or whether you're at a flight level. When you're in the U.S., either controlling or flying, and you hear younger, newer people say flight level 10,000, you know that means that they don't grasp the difference between an altitude and a flight level at all. So that flight level means that you're calibrated to the standard altimeter. The altitude in thousands and or thousands and hundreds means you're calibrated to the local altimeter. That's the distinction. In the U.S., that always is 18,000. Outside of the U.S., it can be a lot of different things, depending. But in the U.S. and North America, if you say flight level and then you say a number that's below 18,000 feet, you're confused. I know, Upshot, the one thing I like, of course, the reason that the transition altitude is set so high is because there are portions of the U.S. where there is terrain consideration that high. That's not everywhere. It's mostly in the Rockies or in California. But the nice thing about having that transition altitude so high is that, to me, like, having this one more critical thing to do that low while you're already task saturated, man, that's difficult. That's where we got on our first, somewhere in orbit, right? I have flight level 10,000, right? Exactly. I have escaped the surly bonds of Earth or something like that. But yeah, having to set that transition, having to reset that altimeter so low while you're already juggling the approach, joining final, and trying to stabilize your config as you're configuring for landing. That's just one more thing that you have to do while you're managing all of that, and I find that crazy. You'll notice I completely forgot to do it on our way into Princess Juliana. Rookie 31st says, yeah, you just unconfused me, but my Comanche always stays below 12.5, right? Well, Rookie, fly outside the U.S. and it might matter. Do some flying down to the Caribbean, it might matter. I mean, obviously, according to this chart, flying into Curacao, it's possible to be at flight level 50. By the way, that's another thing, is they do typically drop that leading zero if you're below 10,000. They typically do drop that leading zero in order to make sure it's not misinterpreted or misheard as a heading. So they wouldn't say flight level 050 just in case you mishear that as heading 050. Well, right, Rookie 31st, that's true too. It doesn't matter if you don't talk to anyone. That is true. I'll give you that. That's a fair point. It's also you chickening out, but, I mean, you didn't ask, so. Oh my goodness, our ground speed's up to 417. We're just hurtling along now. What did we run? 180 to go to CC 107. I said 120 was our top of descent, so we're 60 miles. $60 out of 417 times 60. 8.5 minutes from top of descent. I don't think we finished briefing the approach. We can do that. So 111.9, 114. If we go missed, it is straight to 2,000 on the 114, and then 2,500 back to the VOR. So 116.7 and 114. That's going to be our missed approach course guidance. 116.7 and 114. So we'll get that set over here on the first officer side. Matter of fact, it looks like we're already receiving that. $67 miles from our destination. No. That's right. I'm sorry. So this display is to our next waypoint. This is to our destination, 190. That makes a little more sense. Okay. So this says I'm getting there in a half an hour. This says he's getting there in 19, so he's going to beat me there by 11 minutes. Is this one also now going there? Yeah. Okay. Oh, he left there, headed to SVVA. Okay. Okay, but, you know, once again, it doesn't look like we've got too much in the way of en route coordination to do, but it looks like we may have some coordination to do at the airport. So we will definitely be ready for that. So approach frequency and course is set. Missed approach frequency and course is set. Missed approach is straight to 2,000, then turn back in at 2,500. Minimums, if we're doing the ILS, is 232, which is 200 above ground level. There's probably not a lot of terrain elevation difference. So, but I think if we set the alerter to 300, we'll be fine. Decision altitude 232, and that's where we need to have made a decision to land or go around by. But we'll set the alerter to 300 just to have it go off slightly before that. Let's do another check of the weather. Yeah, 200 Zulu observations. It hasn't changed. Actually, the observation should be updating like right now. If we check again in 5 minutes, it might be different. 08013, and it's a runway 11, so it'll be a slight left to right, 13 knots, quartering crosswinds, and 1014. So let's check back on that in about 5 minutes, or maybe right before we start descent. Because, as I say, the last update to that, this one is obviously updating right at the top of the hour. That was at Juliana, but Juliana and even at Aruba, these were all updating right exactly at the top of the hour. 2300 Zulu, midnight Zulu, 0100 Zulu, 0200 Zulu. So that should be updating as we speak, but it might take up to about 10 minutes before that all propagates over to the VATSIM network. In the meantime, we are 21 miles from top of descent now. How are our wing tanks? Are they empty? Or tip tanks, rather. Yep, I think it's time. Let's go ahead and start emptying that fuselage tank. Not a whole lot in it anyway, but let's go ahead and get that up there. see the empty light come on, we'll know we can just throw that switch back into the middle position. The fairly slow pump, but we only put it at just barely over 200 pounds in that tank, so should have done that earlier. Should have checked on that before we got almost to the top of the descent. But it's okay. We'll tell you what, when we get down to 10,000, we'll check on that. I tell you what, no matter what, we'll get to 10,000, we'll turn that transfer off, whether it's done or not. Alright, 5 more miles to our top of the descent. Let's go ahead and start getting... what do we... Oh, we're 10,000. $10,000 at CC 107, but then we're going to continue to 3,000. But we'll just... We'll role play as though we are cleared to descend and maintain flight level 100 for now. 100. Some parts of the world they would say flight level 100. I think in the Caribbean they would say 100. Okay, 120, altitude select. And let's hold the Mach. And let's go ahead and seatbelt signs, and let's go ahead and set our cabin pressure down to 0. Temperature's right where we want it, and then we're going to try and descend at 5 times that figure, so 10 times that figure would be 4,200, and then half of that's 2,100. So let's pull the throttles out just a little bit more until we're descending at just about 2,100, just past that 2 in terms of the descent feet per minute. So far, so good. And we're going to keep that Mach descent going until that Mach intercepts 280, and then we'll capture 280 and take that the rest of the way down. When we get to 38, we'll have 28,000 to go. So we should be at 98 miles when we get there. We're at 102 now. I think we're descending a little too rapidly. We got about 2 extra miles here, so I'm gonna just add a touch of throttle back in to shallow that descent ever so slightly. when we get to 35,000 feet, we should be 25 times 3.5, 87.5 miles. We got 1,500 feet to lose to get to that. So it should be at 91 now. We got an extra mile. But we're descending slightly below profile descent rate. So I think we're good if we hit 87.5 right at 35,000, then we can return to a profile descent rate. Looking good. Almost dead on there. Alright, so that means we need to descend at 2,200 feet per minute because we're 44, so 22. 2,200 feet per minute. Go ahead and switch over to the local advisory frequency. It's a little too far. We're a little too far out to worry about making transmissions on that yet, but we do have that guy that's coming in from the south. So we'll peek and make sure that we sequence in behind him. And then what's this guy doing? He's at 40,000. He'll be well over top of us. Okay, so there's 280. Let's capture the 280, keep 280 all the way down. So we're at 45, so 22.5 is what we want to be descending at here. $21,000 to go. We should be at 73.5 miles. And we're 300 feet high. Not doing too bad though. Let's get descending at. So we're forward speed at 44. Let's get descending at 22. We're okay, we're good. Alright, 28, so that's 18,000 to go. We should be at 63 miles. Okay, well, we're a little bit short now. A little bit short on mileage, so I gotta make sure I'm descending. I should be descending at 2150. We're descending at not quite 2,000 feet per minute. So I'm going to try and aim to descend at 25, somewhere between 25 and 3,000 a minute until we catch up to that profile. Let's check it again. 16 times 3.5, 56 miles. Well, we're going to be pretty close. Yeah, we're only about 200 feet high now. So we should be descending at 2,100 feet per minute. I'm going to put a little bit of throttle back in to make sure we're kind of on that. Alright, let's see what's changed in terms of our weather situation. TNCC. Well, it helps if I spell it right. 10012, so it's closer to right down the center line now. 28 still the temp, 1014 still the QNH. Few clouds at 2,000, so the clouds are kind of, the cloud bases are kind of raised up a little bit. All right, when we get to 23,000, we're at 13,000 to go. So we should be at 45.5 miles to go. And we got an extra almost mile. Yeah, we got an extra, only an extra half mile, so we're doing good. So we want to make sure we're still descending at 2,100. How's our fuel transfer doing? It is empty. Good. Okay, so we've got just about 1,000 in each wing tank. We got nothing in the tips, nothing in the fuselage. We're good. Total fuel remaining 2,100. We are fine. Okay, when we get to 10,000 times 3.5 is 35. So that's easy math. So we should be at 38.5 now, and we're dead on that. Look at us. And 8,000 to go. 8 times 3 is 24. 8 times a half is 4. So we should have 28 miles to go when we are crossing 18,000. Looks like we're going to be just a bit high on profile, so I'm going to pull a touch of throttle out, get back down to it. About 300 feet high, so not too bad. Can make that up. We are slightly on the early side, but I don't want to forget. So let's go ahead and start having you put in some predictions as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate, whether or not you put the minus sign. We're going to score that prediction on a scale of 0 to 500. If you get it dead on, we'll give you 500 points. If you're anything but dead on, we'll give you 500 minus the difference. And those of you who were involved in the first round, you'll have the possible score of 1,000 points, and the top 3 are taking home gift cards as our 8th STREAMIVERSARY celebration continues. If you're the closest predictor and you're not one of the finalists, we will still give you that entry into our landing rate raffle that will pull toward the end of July. So you've still got some skin in the game either way. All right, when we get to 1,500, we're 5,000 to go. 5 times 3 is 15. 5 times 3 is 5 times a half is 2.5. So 17.5 is where we should be, and we're slightly behind the game here. I am going to just put a little bit of a steeper descent in, but at the same time, we're going to hold that vertical speed, and I'm going to start slowing the aircraft down. Go ahead and do our landing performance. Temperature is 28 and fuel elevation is 36. And 36, very familiar numbers. 29, 36, and the landing flap speed is 50. That virtual airline pilot is going to be in well ahead of us. It looks like he's just about to join final now. So they were saying he was about 9 minutes ahead of us. VATSIM radar was more or less on the money with that, it seems. And I'm going to go ahead and clear ourselves down to 3,000 now. As we pass through 10 forward-facing lights, which I apparently never turned off, are now on, and they remain on. CC 107, we're 3.5 miles, so we wound up getting down here just about 3 miles early. But it was 10 or below, was it not? Yeah, so we can continue descending, no problem. Island. So by the point Puksun, we should be at 3. We got 6 to lose. 6 times 3 is 18. 6 times a half is 21. 6 times a half is 3, so 18 and 3 is 21. So we're 28 miles. Yeah, so we want to be shallowing this descent out a little bit. Now add some throttle back in so we can shallow the descent, but keep the speed up. I think 210 is a fair speed to be running right about now. Again, on our mist, it's a straight to 2,000 and then 2,500 doubling back to the VOR. And if we make it down successfully, right hand turn off. Minimum's 232. Is the runway. Curacao traffic, Learjet 514 Delta Victor's 25 miles north, 8,000 descending. Going to join a left base, runway 11, a full stop, Curacao. White Leg is here with some cheer bits. Thank you kindly. All right, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna just trap the airspeed at 210. $5,000 to lose. 5 times 3 is 15. Oh my goodness, we got the raid coming in from the jump seat. You're just in time, guys. He's on 124.0. Oh well, whatever. I can't help it if he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing. Yeah, guys, you're just in time. Now, you probably, those of you who are just joining, will not be eligible for our grand prizes since you were not here for the first landing. However, it is still not too late to get a prediction into the chat as far as the descent rate upon touchdown, even if you're not eligible for our grand prizes for tonight's 8-year Streamiversary. We'll still get you an entry into our landing rate raffle, which we'll pull toward the end of the month of July. And when we pull that raffle drawing, you'll still be eligible for a $25 gift card to Amazon.com or xplane.org store or simmarket.com. So go ahead and get those predictions in. Those who were here for the first round, you're still eligible for the grand prizes. Top 3, $150 and $25 gift cards. But those of you just joining, still got some skin in the game because you still got the opportunity to get in on our landing rate raffle. That will be drawn at the end of the month of July. Should be at 3,000 at Picassoon. We're 10 miles away with 4,000 to lose. Okay, yeah, we need to go ahead and drop then. Actually going to just change it over into heading mode here. And we'll swap it into VOR mode. Okay, we got our localizer. Glide slope's probably just a little bit far away to receive yet. This plane does have super effective speed brakes. Yeah, I don't think I need them that bad. I just think I got a little bit behind in the descent profile. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to kick it out of autopilot and yaw damper. I will still arm the nav and the glide slope just to have the... Oh, we can't arm the glide slope because we're not receiving it yet. And if we go missed, it's 2500, so we'll get that set. Okay, we'll bring the speed down just a touch. Get it below 200, we can get gear and flaps as soon as we need them. Go ahead and get flaps 1 in now, actually. See where we stand with glide slope when it starts receiving. Should be in about half a mile. Right on it. Alright, well, since we're just about to be descending on the line, we're going to get that first notch of flaps in. Second notch of flaps in. No, first notch of flaps and gear. You can get the second notch of flaps in any time. $13 miles out still. Why we're showing left, of course. Oh, okay, because we're still on the intercept. Yeah, we're not on our final approach course yet. We're taking just a slightly broader angle to that. I'm going to square off the base turn just a little. Just help us get onto the final approach course just a little bit earlier and hopefully have a much more stable approach than last time. So we're at the first notch of flaps. We got 2 more notches of flaps to go. Second one can go anytime. Third one goes when we get to that triangle bug speed, and then we got V approach and V ref there. Minimum's 232. Yep, runway's right over here. Carousel traffic, Learjet 514 up to Victor's 8 mile left base, runway 11 full stop, Carousel. Alright, well, since we're a little bit high and fast, we'll go ahead and get the second notch of flaps in to help keep the speed under control. While we try and descend back onto the glide slope, we'll make our turn on the final here. Okay, final notch of flaps in. Gears down in green, landing flaps set and checked. Missed approach altitude, we're going to be straight to 2,000, then double back left to the VOR to 2,500 if we go missed. And right hand turn off if we make it down successfully. We can get the continuous ignition and reversers armed. So I'm a little below the approach speed. I'm already down slightly below the ref speed. Twice in a row. So the entire day I just felt like the engines were a little underpowered. I guess that's very well might be a function of how freaking hot it is. Alright, we're slightly above glide, but we're back on speed now. Okay, a little bit of a displaced threshold there. Still high. Now we're high and fast. Okay, so now we're better on glide. Speed's coming in nicely. A little low now. A little low on speed. Man, we're just very easy to get low and slow in this plane today. There was an oh geez, trimmed the wrong direction. There was an update to the plane just before we went live, but I don't know how much to attribute to that or versus the fact that it's just so freaking hot down here today. So I'm still a little chasey on speed and glide. 0 for 2 today. 0 for 2 in terms of nice stable approaches. This one's a lot more salvageable than the first one. Minimum's 232. We are landing. We are low on speed again. Yeah, all over the place with glide and speed on both of these approaches. Ugh, just terrible, terrible, terrible. This one might be more salvageable than the first one, at least. Oh my God! Just another one that's just fell out of the sky. And I didn't realize how nose up I was holding it. It's just starting to figure out that I feel like I was figuring out this plane, and now I feel like I've got it all discombobulated again. Oh well, we'll work on it. So GA aprons to our left. Okay. Carousel traffic. Learjet 514 Delta Victor clear runway 11. Going to the GA ramp. Carousel. So flap stowed, spoiler stowed. Weather radar off. Strobes, landing lights off. Pitot, stall warnings. Radio altimeter off. Recognition light. Continuous ignition. And reverser arms. Did we miss our ramp entrance there? We'll just take this next one, I guess. Alright, taxi light off since we're... Guess we're going to put it right in this hangar, I don't know. Okay. Did we hit the building? No, we're fine. I think we're slightly too wide for that building, but you know, we'll sort that out in a minute. Alright, friends. Well, let's go ahead and get the plane shut off, get the passengers kicked off, and then let's figure out who we're giving some money to, huh? Alright, cabin air off. Engine gen switches off. Cutoffs. Seatbelt signs. Transponders, code and mode. Code's already zeroed out. Let's just shut that off. Beacon light. Run over here to the utilities page. Let's get ground power. Let's get the door open. Go ahead and kick everybody off here. Aircraft, flight performance, seats, empty. Cargo, empty. Load aircraft, load immediately. Okay, done. And then we'll go back to the fuel page. Alright, so we did get the fuselage tank emptied. So all we've got left is in the wing tanks. Let's run through my predictions first. Let's see where we are in terms of flight time and fuel estimate. And then we'll see where your predictions were, and then we'll figure out who we're going to give some money away to. So we expected to be down at 11:41 Eastern Time. Well, we nailed that one dead on, didn't we? Actually, here. But yeah, I would say that's pretty darn close. And then 2,121. However, we were 400 pounds short on the first leg. It looks like 1,700 pounds. 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay, so we're still that same 400 pounds short by my math. Let's just do it exactly. 870 plus 827, 1697. So yeah, I was 393 short for the first leg, and total of 424 short for the second leg. So the second leg, the fuel prediction worked out almost perfect. Except for the fact that we were already 400 short, and then we remained 400 short. So timing and fuel, I think we've got dialed into this plane very, very well. Alright, let's see how we were with your predictions, shall we? You know, again, I was very disappointed in myself, very chasey on the glide slope and speed on both of these approaches today. And I feel like the entire day the engines were much more underpowered to what we were used to. So I don't know if that's because of the update from the last edition to this edition. There was a minor update that came out, or if it was a function of the heat, or both, perhaps. But the plane just felt like it had much less power in it today than it has in the past, and I think that contributed to me just not being able to dial in the speed and glide slope, the power setting on the final. It just seemed like it needed a lot more power than I was giving it. Overall score 90 out of 100, so it wasn't as bad as that first one for sure, but I did still feel like I was a little bit all over the place in terms of the power. And yeah, pitch, I was holding that nose way up. I mean, I think I was a little bit too zoomed in, but I did not realize how much how high up I was holding that nose. I was, you know, I forget how nose down this plane naturally sits. And so I thought I was coming in fairly level when I was way up with the nose. Let's look at the replay for it. Just watch the telemetry. Touchdown zone, yeah, it was much better this time. Center line adherence was much better, but yeah, we had a much smaller crosswind. And what was my VREF? Was 129, I think. Look at how slow I was. 123. Man, yeah, this 129, is that right? Gosh, yeah. No, that's terrible then. All right, well, that was a big part of the problem. Okay, well, let me stop beating myself up over those approaches and let's get some money away here. All right, how did we do here? So Good Fixins came in with the 99. Regen 140. Upshot 77 again. Bed Dave 90. Iowa 243. Iowa, that's gonna be a good one for you there. Downwind Sim 60. TB Flyer 150. NAM 106 170. Now, Rookie, you weren't in. So you guys are not going to be eligible for the prize, but you'll still be eligible for the raffle drawing. Peter Mooney, I'm going to put you in for a 7. Okay, and so Deadeye didn't make it to the second round, and we knew Kenny wasn't going to. What was the actual on that one? 226. Alright, so there's your winner. NAM 106. $100 gift card. 536 points. No, 727 points. Second place was 683 CB Flyer. Third place with 637 is Regen Road Trip. So there's your top 3. Oh, Deadeye missed it. Okay, yeah, sorry, bud. And we knew Kenny didn't make it to the second round, but Deadeye, I did see. I just didn't see your vote come in. I didn't realize you were still here. Who was overall closest to the first one, 392? Was NAM 106, but that's one of the finalists. So the first one, we'll go ahead and give We'll give an entry to Kenny because he was the closest who didn't end up as the finalist for landing number 1. And then the closest for landing number 2 was Iowa Scotsman, but he didn't end up in the top 3 either. So we'll get raffle entries for Kenny and Iowa Scotsman, but then our top 3 here: M106, CB Flyer, and Regen Road Trip. Check me on all that. Make sure I've got everything entered correctly. If I mistyped your guess or if I missed one, you know, do let me know. Or if my logic on who gets the raffle tickets is off, do let me know. Let's look at it real quick. So actual number 1 was 392. The highest was NAM 106. However, he wound up as a finalist. So the second highest was Kenny, so he'll get a ticket. On the second one, 226 was the actual. 243 was only 17 away. 17 away on the bottom end, still would have been over 200. Nobody else was over 200. So Iowa Scotsman gets an entry for that one. Kenny gets an entry for that one. But the most consistent guessers over the 2 were these 3. All right, so there you go. There's our 8-year Streamiversary prize winners. So congrats to NAM 106, CB Flyer, and Regen Road Trip. And then Kenny and Iowa Scotsman, you guys will get entry into our July raffle drawing, which will be pulled on July the 29th. All right. Wow, 8 years, guys. I wish I had better landings to show for it tonight, but still happy. Was still a fun stream. Of course, our slant artwork adventure went completely off the rails. I am going to make one more modification. I'm going to put myself back into a, we'll just say a more conservative style of clothing for the YouTube upload. So we'll make that one modification after we close up the stream. But yeah, so we were just trying to give away some cash outside the Netto Bar down here in Curacao. We then added a more bigger stack of cash. Then we went a little nuts. We saw this dress over here in the neighboring storefront and said, well, I needed to be in one of those. We added a FlySim steel drum player rather. We changed my stack of cash to maracas. We added the mariachi band. We somehow lost the FlySim steel drummer. We brought him back. So yeah, we'll make a modification just to put me in slightly more conservative clothing before we upload this thumbnail to YouTube. But yeah, there we go. Thanks for everyone who participated in our slant artwork adventure, and hope that you had fun with that. And we will do our best to forget that one. No, it was fun. I enjoyed it. Hope that y'all did too. All right, let's finish up the shutdown of the aircraft, shall we? Let's go back and let's get the ground power off. We can power down the yaw dampers. We can get the autopilot master and the avionics master and the anti-skid off. We can get the inverters off. Whoops, that's battery. Inverters are there. Nav lights can come off, which is there. Battery switches can come off, which is there. When we're on the standby battery, in the fully on position, we should have the gear indicators. Standby battery in the halfway position, we should have altimeter lighting and the emergency power light, and that's it. And then there we go. Everything is off. Oh, I guess we have the backup horizon as well. Alright, well, we'll close the door and take our leave of this thing. I love this plane. This is my favorite plane in the sim right now. Until it goes to land it. Yeah, no, Regen, yeah, no, I'll keep it somewhat consistent with what we had there. I don't want to put myself in a dress on the cover of my YouTube video for all posterity. I just, hey, we'll have a little fun, but as something that's going to stay up on the channel permanently, yeah, I reserve the right to modify. But it was fun. I didn't mind. It was fun. It really is. It's one of the best planes in simming right now, and I love it so much. It is literally, of the 5 that I fly regularly, it is absolutely my favorite until it's on final. I will get it dialed in, though. We'd have to look into that changelog to see, was that a power adjustment on the engines? It sure felt like it, but I also know that it was super hot in this area today. So that it could have been that, or it could have been both. Honestly, we'll see. I'll dive deeper into that. I mean, obviously, the next handful of times we fly it on stream, we'll get a better sense of where it stands power-wise as well. But man, it just seemed like it wanted to drop out. I was training myself to set about 65% in the fan speed on final. That was very, very inadequate today, and I got super, super slow both times. So we will definitely have to reevaluate that, whether that's a matter of adjusting for temperature or whether that's a matter of now the plane has an update and the engines aren't quite so overpowered. We watched this plane struggle with climb performance pretty much all day, which was very unusual based on our history with it. So we'll see. We'll get some more experience with it. We'll see what community feedback is about the update, and we'll see whether there's a correlation there or whether it was just the heat. Yeah, Upshot, if you're coming in our direction, let me know, and then keep that weekend in October on your calendar as well if you want to hit me up privately, and I'll give you some more details on that. But all right, friend. Well, who are we going to send the raid to? Who's even still up and running? Melvin Leroy's still flying. Holy cow! Is he, or is he down? No, he's still in the air. Wow. Okay, well then I guess we're going to send the raid over to Melvin. Hang on, I gotta do a little behind the scenes work here. Melvin's on his first leg? Oh, wow. He's doing little night owl stuff. Alright, well let's... Oh, I didn't type it up. Didn't type it correct. No, man, hold on. Yeah, it's not letting me do that. I wonder if I'd try to do that through here. Okay, that wasn't working through the side app, but it's working now. All right, well, we'll shoot you over to Melvin Leroy to join his flight right as we watch the sun dip below the horizon. That's perfect timing. Thanks for flying along. Congrats to our winners. We will see you on Wednesday. We are going to be in the DC-6. We're going to do Bermuda to Newark, completing a nice little medium haul in preparation for our later trip this month to Oshkosh. We're going to do a little bit of a medium haul in the DC-6, so there'll be 2 this month. Single flight, we're going to Bermuda to Newark, and yeah, that'll be a long one. That'll be a fun one, but we'll turn it into a fuel balancing puzzle, which I like to do in that aircraft when I fly it for longer distances. So that'll be a fun one, guys. We'll have a chance to talk a little bit more, and hopefully get into another wacky slant artwork adventure on Wednesday as well. But between now and then, wish you safe travels and happy, healthy, and safety, and happiness, health, and safety in all of your travel and adventures between now and Wednesday. Have a great rest of the start of your week, and we'll talk to you soon. And tell Melvin Leroy that Slanty says hello and sends his love. Guys, we'll talk to you Wednesday. Take care. Good night.